Hey, what's happening, people? How you doing? Hopefully everybody had a wonderful week and they had a fantastic weekend party like rock stars, because you know how we do. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you can hear me, you can see me. Go ahead, give me that one letter, brother, know that you can actually see what I'm doing. And if not, I'm sitting here talking to myself, which is cray. Let a brother know that you can see me. I see some ones popping. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Welcome to the show. This is awesome. I have a lot of stuff that I wanted to go over tonight's episode. Um, wasn't as crazy as it normally is. In fair, very honest about. Oh, here we go. All right, now I'm back now. What? The Kremlins trying to stop our fun. You see that? You saw it in live action. Now I'm back to ones. I see some ones coming. All right. In and out. It's like the system can't make up its mind. What does it want to do? Is it trying to hold me back? I think so. But I won't let nobody hold me down. Can't stop this. Can't stop the My Take train, the My Take Armada. You can't stop us. What? You better ask somebody. If you don't know, you better ask somebody. All right, guys. Tonight's episode. What did you guys think? There's a couple questions that I wanted to get to you guys, because I know a lot of you guys, a lot of you call in, and that's awesome. But some of you don't. And I wanted to get kind of an idea of what you guys were thinking about. So I'm going to go ahead and let me pop this out real quick so I can drop this down and we can look at it. I want to ask some questions. You ever want to ask a question? Have a question? Inquiring minds want to know. I had some questions that I wanted to ask you guys just to get a feel. Maybe it's me, maybe it's just stuff that I noticed that it's just, it's my hang up per se. But one of the first questions. Robin, when she met with her daughters, there was a point where Robin had made the assertion, like Cody takes the youngest kids out and they go out there, I'm taking the kids to the pizza parlor. So he's taking the young kids. It was good that a father's spending time with his kids. Apparently, Cody learned that. That's awesome. So he's spending time with his youngest kids, which left his Robin's older two daughters home alone with Robin. And, funny how the camera's there and all of a sudden they want to start talking about dating boys uh, and religion and faith and whether they want to be polygamous. And then there's a whole conversation that they had. Now, there's a couple things that stuck out to me. One, they start talking about finding a religion or a faith. And Robin says, because religion is so important to me. And it's so important that I have my kids have the religion too. Right? Have the religion. My kids have the religion too. And I thought to myself, it's kind of weird. Call me crazy, but it's kind of weird that you have somebody who religion is so important to them, and yet you move your kids consistently away from places that actually have your church in them. When they moved from Utah because they were trying to escape the law because the police was coming and Mary was loading up the truck and she see here the cops coming, hot pursuit, like the Dukes of Hazzard. And they were in Utah and they moved away because they didn't want to get prosecuted for polygamy, which, by the way, is not how the law works. Like, it's not you left and all of a sudden they forgive the crimes. Oh, yeah, he was moving kilos of cocaine, but he decided to go across the border and we're going to stop chasing him. That's not how that works. So they went to Vegas. And I always wondered, like, they have branches of the AUB in Wyoming and different places like that. So I never understood why they would go to Vegas, a place where their church doesn't exist. The thing that made sense to me was Cody wanted to become the head of the church. And by moving to a place where your church isn't, you technically, as one of the members, you become the de facto leader of that particular branch of that church. And I thought that that's what Cody was trying to do. But then after they're staying in Arizona, they decided they're going to go out, or Vegas, they decided they're going to go out to Arizona, jump the gun a little bit. They went out to Arizona. Again, you move to another place where your religion doesn't exist. So the idea that your religion and your faith is so important to you, you want it to be such an integral part of your kids' lives and upbringing, it just doesn't track. Now, maybe I'm being hard on Robin. I don't think so, but I have to sometimes check myself. Okay? I have to check myself. So, one of the questions that I'm going to put into a poll, we're going to do a couple polls tonight. One of the questions I'm going to ask, do you think religion, Robin, I'll say, yeah, do you think Robin is concerned with her kids' involvement in religion or her faith? And I'll say in her faith. Now, I'm not trying to, like, here's the weird part about it. I don't like to say what people believe, what they don't believe, as far as, how serious they take their faith. Because that's their walk with God is their walk with God. And I'm not here to judge that. I'm just like, as a curious person, like if it was important for me that my kids learn how to ride horses, I'm not going to move to an inner city place where there's no access to horses or stables. I would move somewhere where there's, especially if I want them to be heavily active in equestrian sports, riding horses, I would move to a place where there's horses. Preferably I would move somewhere where horses are commonplace, where you just, walk out the house with a saddle, throw it on something back and just ride off, right? Like a Uber, that's what I would imagine. I can't imagine you move to a place that there's nothing that you want. If I want my kid involved in a swim club, I'm not going to move to a place with no pools. Like, just basic stuff. You want your kid to play ice hockey, you don't move to Florida unless you want to pay rink fees or whatever. So it's just, I just don't get it. So let me know what you guys think. I'm kind of curious where the poll is going to come. The question is, do you think Robin is concerned? Well, that's spelled wrong. Whoa. You ever catch your own spelling like, whoa, that's wrong. with her children's kids' involvement in her faith. Yeah, there we go. So let's get a little poll going. Oh, Raspberry with the $10 super chat. I'm sorry about disrespect you. $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Hit the likes, friends. Hello, James. It's hypercritical for Cody and Robin to blather on about soulmates and then restrict their children from socializing in hopes of dating. They have autonomy. This is a big thing because that's also one of my questions. You jumping the gun, Raspberry. We on the same page right there. And because one of the things that really struck me during the course of that conversation, one, thank you so much for the super chat, Raspberry. I appreciate it. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and give you a little something to show my appreciation. All right, that seemed like kind of a little short, but thank you so much for the super chat. But we're along the same lines, Raspberry, because when it comes down to it, it strikes me funny that all of a sudden, when they were back in Vegas, and Mary and Janelle and Christine's kids, who were teenagers at the time, they weren't even adults, they were teenagers. And they were talking about like sex and sexuality, and she did the whole "this was my purity, and someone came along and stole it from me. The purity thieves." When they did that whole thing, remember that? And I was sitting there waiting for her to jump into the whole "don't let nobody steal your purity." You know, they come out with a brick and they rock you and take your purity from you. You know, I was waiting for that whole speech, but apparently with her kids, she's not concerned about it. I am a little bothered by the idea, and this is one of just kind of a pet peeve for me. Like, I understand, like, you don't want your kids to be hypersexual. I get that. I totally get that, especially if they don't understand the repercussions and consequences of sexual activity. I get it. Okay, it's not just for fun, it's actually to make people. That's the purpose of it. You know what I mean? It's not a recreational sport, it's actually to hit the copy button and all of a sudden you get more people coming. So I get that. But at the same time, I think that there's a part where you don't want to scare them off of it, and you don't want to make it a mechanical uh biological thing that you do in order to make people. Like, there's no pleasure in it. Um, there's no passion in it. It's just something that you have to do and you have to engage with. So if you have 3 kids, you only had intercourse 3 times. Like, I think that is like demented. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that that's a little demented. I think it's short-sighted, and I think it's damaging to your kids. Um, because you're asking them to fight nature, because they're going to have urges. And if you don't talk to them and you don't deal with them on a mature level, you're not teaching them to deal with their urges. Instead, you're kind of throwing their asses to the wolves. And that was one of the things. Like, I didn't want to get too crazy with my question, um, because like I don't want to be cruel to her kids. I don't want to be cruel to her kids. But there is a point, especially being as though the kids are getting a little older, they're in their 20s, um, that if you aren't, you know, getting them ready, if they're not ready for prime time when they enter into college, you're setting them up. Okay. You're setting them up. And one of the big things, like I've always said this, thank you so much, Raspberry, as I blather on. One of the big things that I've always said, especially when it comes to sexuality and talking to your kids about it. Here's the thing. People get funny about having a birds and the bees conversation with their children. Here's my retort. I don't want to have the conversation because I don't want to make it feel like it's okay to participate. I don't want them to know it's all right. I don't want to feel like I'm endorsing something. Here's the thing. If you don't talk to your kids about sex, I guarantee their friends are there talking to them about it. I guarantee, especially you got a daughter, not to be crazy, but I know I grew up a young man. I'm just speaking from what I know. I know them boys are talking to them about it. I know them little girls been propositioned at least 3-4 times. I'm being generous. Okay. And you can say whatever you want to say about them. There's like 3-4 guys that have talked to them and tried to convince them to do some stuff because we could just do it. It's fun. Everybody want to do it. And blah, blah, blah. That funny feeling you have, your parents don't know everything. And here's the thing. If you get caught lying to your kids about sex and sexuality, the kids who try to convince them to do it will 100% capitalize on your lie. 100 damn percent. Most of you guys know this. If you get caught, because it's about your credibility. Oh no, it's not really that good and it's scary and it'll make you cry the first time you do it. You might feel a certain kind of way the first time you do it. You might even walk out like, what have you done to me? But I guarantee you'll be back in 5 minutes. Can you do it again? Can you do it again? Like, what's this stuff? You broke me. Can you break me again? I'm telling you. So if you're not talking to them about it, somebody else will. And the only thing you're doing is giving the other people who don't have your kid's best interest at heart. That's the big thing about it. When you talk to your kid about it, you're telling them from a perspective of, I'm trying to look out for your future. I'm trying to make sure that you're okay and healthy mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. I'm trying to make sure that you don't go into life broken. I'm trying to make sure that you have the best life outcomes possible. So when I talk to you about sex and sexuality, I'm trying to make sure your life is better. When these people talk to your kids, and not just the dudes, I was about to say the dudes, but there's some young ladies out there too, freaking dinky lickies, who will talk to your kids and say things to your kids, and they will tell them some stuff, but what they tell them isn't for your child's best interest, it's merely for their own personal entertainment. And so if you're doing your kid a disservice, and that's one of the things that, like, when we saw that speech that Robin gave way back when, I forget which season it was, but when she was in Las Vegas and they stole my purity. No, you was a freak. You was getting it in. Okay? Don't, you was for the streets. You belong to the streets. That's what it was. You was out there doing your thing. It is what the hell it is. Right? And it's just one of those, like, I know your man is sensitive and he can't handle the fact that you was probably with some other people. And so he all but hurt and sensitive about the fact that you was out there doing your thing and you was living life, even though he was sitting there with 3 wives at the time. Too bad, so sad. You know what I mean? You got to own your stuff. It is what it is. But I'm a big Julie, I love that shit. You belong to the streets. But you got to own your stuff. And again, it's about a relationship. It's weird to me because, like, part of the relationship conversation that she was having with the girls was about the relationship with God. But at some point, part of that relationship too, at least from my perspective, is that you also have to have a relationship with yourself. You have to have a relationship with you. You have to have a healthy relationship with you. And if you are denying parts of yourself and pretending as though those parts don't exist, then you're doing yourself a disservice. You're not doing yourself any favors. You're not helping yourself out at all. You're screwing yourself up and you're screwing yourself over. The idea that, that I don't want them to go to church to meet the kind of boys that they want to meet. Why not? If they share a moral code, values, religion, faith, belief, whatever it is that could tie them together, why wouldn't they want to do? I know I like basketball, but I don't want to meet a woman who likes to play basketball because that will infringe on my good times. Are you nuts? If it's something you enjoy doing, why wouldn't you want to find somebody who enjoys that thing too? If you believe a certain credo, doctrine, or whatever the case may be, why wouldn't you find that type of person as well? It also strikes me too, and not even to be funny, but I'm also not overlooking the fact that you have 2 young ladies who are healthy young women, physically healthy young women, and they're sitting there talking to their mom. I want to go to the church and I want to find a man who will have my values and believes what I believe and is super conservative. You know what? I grew up Catholic, and if you ran into a young lady who was like that, freaking the sheets, like, she is lying. Okay. And I'm not trying to disparage these young ladies. I don't know them. They could be, pure as a driven snow. I'm just saying that in my experience, when the women are sitting there, the little girls, you have a woman you meet at the bar or the club, like, oh, let's go, girl, let's go. I know I just met you. Normally I don't do this. Yes, she does. This is her nightly thing. This is what she does every weekend. Okay, you'll be walking her out of the bar or the club. Normally, I don't do this. And she'll be saying bye like she's in a pageant. Okay, y'all, I'll see you later. Have a great weekend. I'll see you next week. All right, Joe, get that thing checked out. Okay, remember what the doctor told you. The drips is real. Like, the idea that these girls, I'm talking to my mom about all the stuff I'm not doing. And it's so important that I look, these women, these girls are 20 some odd years old. If they doing some stuff, they doing some stuff. And they off in college. They aren't with, and that's what we have to keep in the perspective as well. We have to keep it all in perspective as well. They aren't at high school with a bunch of kids. Okay, high school can be a little adult too. They ain't at grade school. Okay, they ain't at summer camp. They're at college. The people they're dealing with grown ass men. Okay, grown ass men. It's completely feasible that when your daughter goes into college, she very well may run into young men from the age of 17, 18 years old all the way up to 50, 60 years old, depending on if they take in a couple night classes, squeezing in some night classes. You could have guys who are starting college in their 30s and 40s. You know, they go off for the GI Bill or they're coming back to college because they want to get promoted at work. They run into the little 18, 19-year-old girl who don't know what she's doing because she is so innocent and sheltered. And them grown ass men will set upon your child. That's why you gotta protect them. Like one of the things, like even before, like I'm a girl dad, like I have a daughter. So, but even before I had a daughter, I always said, like even when I was in high school, I was always that dude trying to give game to my female counterparts, my female friends. I was always trying to tell them what's what. Like this is like it's a shady ass game. There's all kinds of stuff that you got to prepare them for when they dealing with these people, like young men too. You got to get them ready. You know, yeah, oh yeah, you know, if you have a bunch of money, like that bullshit Cody talking, pardon my French, that hypergamy stuff. Oh yeah, if you got a bunch of money, then you can get any woman you want. No, that's a very short-sighted, childish, immature way to look at relationships. That creates a transitory relationship where it is based on transactions, which also creates a situation where it's a transactional relationship which becomes transitory. It's transactional because it's based on exchange of goods or services based on money and status. But it becomes transitory because sooner or later they're going to fricking leave you because they're going to have a better opportunity. The second a better opportunity walks through the door, they're out. They're out. Out. So if you raise your sons to think that every woman that you date is about it's you got the only way you can pursue them, chase them, or court them is if you have money, then you're doing them a disservice. If you raise your daughters to think that every dude is a knight in shining damn armor, or the exact opposite, you can't trust any men and nobody can be trusted, then how are they ever going to find somebody who they can trust and build a life with? It's a very fine thing. Like you want to give them the warning, you want to prepare them, but at the same time, you don't want to doom them to thinking that everybody that they come across is going to take advantage of them or mistreat them. And that's, you know, and over sheltering your kids and over protecting your kids does not prepare them for life moving forward. So that was one of the things that kind of bothered me about that entire experience or that entire exchange that they were having on the couch about the religion thing. There's also the point where these little girls, I'm calling them little girls because they're young ladies to me because I'm an old man, but these young ladies are adults. Okay, they're adults. And it's very weird to me that adults have to ask permission what church they're going to go to. I have to go and ask my mom that even though we're part of the religion, that I want to become part of this faith and I want to go to these services and I have to get her okay. Like you are controlling too much. You have to teach them to be able to make decisions. The whole idea of being a parent, and I've said this a million damn times, the whole idea of being a parent isn't so you can control your children. The idea of being a parent is that you want to prepare your children so when you're not there, they're able to continue on. You want to prepare your kids that they can exist in your absence. Okay. I don't need my kid making all the right decisions when they sitting in my face. I need them being able to make good decisions when I can't see them and I'm not there. Because that's when all the challenges come. It's easy for you. Look, if you're driving down the street and you're on the highway, it's 100% easy to keep the speed limit when you see the cops riding along next to you. You drive down the highway and everybody's pulling like 80, 90 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden you see that squad car creeping down the road at the speed limit. All of a sudden everybody dropped down to 12. Okay? It's easy for you to maintain the speed limit when the police are sitting there. The difficult part, and this is where the panopticon, that's the panopticon that's talked about Foucault, but the whole idea that you're sitting there thinking that you're being watched and that's why you're doing the wrong thing, that's what little kids do. It's a very immature form of development. It's a very early stage on thing. When you get older, you do the right thing because it's the right thing. So the question is, do you drive the speed limit when you don't see the cop car? Or more importantly, when you know absolutely you could get away with it? Do you not steal the money because you think people are watching you? Or do you not steal the money because it's wrong to steal? Do you not go off with this boy because your mom won't approve of it? Or do you not go off with this boy, mess around with him, hit that Oscar Mayer Wiener raw dog situation and come back with a little package? Do you not do that because you don't want to deal with the consequences, or you're not ready, or this isn't part of what you want in your situation? You don't want this in your life. I'd rather have my daughter armed with the ability to make that second choice, that she does with her body what she wants to do with her body because that's what she wants to do. And she uses me as a reference, not as a guide point or as a decision maker. She just uses my information, the information I provided her, or even my son, the information I provided him, as a reference. Not the end all be all and decision. I'm making the decision for you. I don't want to make the decision for you. I want you to be able to have the tools and facility to be able to make the decisions for yourself. Let me get to some of these super chats. I'm sorry, I'm prattling on, guys, but that whole little exchange that she had got me a little fired up. So let's go through some of these super chats. Super chats. Oh, look at Teresa Skinner in the house. What's up, Teresa? How you doing? 1999 super sticker. Thank you so much. Salute. I'm gonna drop you a little something, Teresa, because you are the bomb diggity. Teresa Skinner in the house. Then we have Negla 3. What's up, Negla? I saw you, Negla, on when I was on IQ. I saw you. I heard you in there dropping facts. Go ahead, girl. $2 super chat. You have to you have to high five the robber impressions. You have to stop the robber impressions. I'm dying, all right? I'm just trying to have some fun because rob them in the coats to LaCroix. What do you call him? Faultnoy. Let me give you a little something. Negla, I saw you on there doing it, dropping your thing on IQ. Awesome. Next up we have Shannon Lee. I hope I got that. Shannon Lee 8. $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much. That shouldn't be the reason why you're in church. Robin literally pursued a man with 3 wives because her church told her that something like that was ideal. Thank you. That's an excellent point. Hold on. Matter of fact, let's give you a round of applause for that one, because that is an excellent point. Let's run the line on that. Let's run a line on that. What are we talking about? In the book, Becoming Sister Wives. Where's my book? I have a copy of it here somewhere. I forgot what I did with it. I think it's on my desk. But my other desk. But Robin said that she came down, she drove 3-4 hours down to this church with 3 children under 5 to go to this church so that she could run into Cody. That's why I don't really buy the whole. It just happened. I was in the church and I just happened to look up and I saw Cody and his flowy blonde hair. And I decided I was going to try to get a better look at him. So I walked past him and looked over my shoulder and we connected eyes. And at that point, I knew that a bolt of lightning struck me in my heart and I had to be with the co-star. Like, that's what she said. Then you went back the next week to the church. Then you went to the church party, okay, the mixer party, so that you could run into the coaster. You traveled. These little girls are keep calling them little girls. These grown ass women, these young women are talking about joining the church because they feel like they need something else in their life and they feel like they want to get somebody who is more in step with where they are. And this is, to a point, this might also be, if you really look at it and look at it from a different perspective, this could also be, unfortunately, this could also be one of the side effects of you limiting your kids, because if they are in fact limited in how they see the world, they may want to go to this church to pursue a man or young men whom they think are just as limited and narrow-minded as they are. I'm gonna say narrow-minded, that's a little off, but just as limited as they are in their perception of reality. Okay, so you're setting them up that these guys at this church are going to be so much better. It's so much more wonderful. I'm telling you, look, as a religious person, what they say, you go to church, there's always kind of the fantasy that you go to church and, you find God in the church. Yeah, God is in the church, but you know who else is in the church? The devil. Okay, the devil sometimes is in the church. The devil can be in the dang on pulpit, all right, talking to the sheep. The devil sometimes can be up there talking to the sheep. If you refer, we're going to go to church here now. We're going to go to church. When you talk about revelations in Revelations, they talk about false prophets. Now, they didn't say you was going to run into false prophets at the Piggly Wiggly or at the bar or the club. They said you're gonna run into false prophets who are leading God and the flock and the children of God falsely at the head of a church. That's what they're talking about, the head of a church, the church. So the devil is in the church. So setting your kids up thinking that, oh yeah, we don't want to have anything to do with these earthly men, these worldly men. We're going to send them to church so they can meet sanctified young men. And you can send them right into the damn devil, the pit of hell. You send your kids right to the pit of hell because you trying to be funny, okay? And you limit them. You don't give them the common sense. The common sense. Use your common sense. Don't be stupid. Use your common sense. You gotta teach your kids to look out. You know what I mean? It's like if you was a gazelle in the wild. Okay, you a gazelle in the wild. You don't just say, okay, if you see a lion, you start running. You say, look, you start getting a little funny feeling, and you feel like you need to take off, take off. Okay, because if when you see them, it's too late. If you see the lions, if you're a gazelle in the Serengeti, and you see them women, them lionesses, the ones to get you, by the way. Men lion, they do the hunt. No, it's them lionesses. They will hunt your ass down. And when you see them, they already on your ass. So when you get that funny feeling, it's time to start running. You need to go. Okay? That's the type of instinct you want to instill in your children. You get that funny feeling, maybe things ain't right. I don't have no real reason as to why I want to go. If you ask me to list the reasons why I should leave the club immediately, I might not be able to list them out, but I just got a funny feeling. It's the way people are moving. I can't tell you as a dude, a big ass dude. I'm 6'6", almost 6'7". Okay, I'm not a small person. And I've been in a club a few times or a bar or at a location. I get that funny feeling like, you know what? It's time to go. Check, please. And then you call somebody, or you hear like a week later, yeah, you didn't know that shit jumped off. You lucky you left. They was in there going buck wild. Yeah, because that you gotta learn to listen to yourself. Sometimes it's not, it's not gonna be apparent. So you teach your kids that kind of stuff. You teach them like the gazelle on the Serengeti. More importantly, when you see everybody else run, you run. Okay? When all of them start taking off, you don't be the dummy standing around. What's wrong? What is everybody running for? What's the problem? I'm gonna go check it out. Don't be that guy, because they call that motherfucker dinner. Okay, pardon my French. They call that one dinner. So the whole idea, like Robin, the hypocrisy. Robin not only went to church to possibly meet a man, she went to church to hunt a man down. And like Shannonella said, I'm called Shannonella. Did I get that right? Shannon Lee. Like Shannon Lee said, let me know if I got that right, Shannon Lee. I apologize if I'm screwing your name up. But like she said, she didn't just go to church to find a man. She went to church to court and date and look for a married man 3 times over. I- the devil is a lie. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Let me give you a little something, Shannon Lee. I appreciate that. That was awesome. All right. I know some of y'all like James is on one tonight. I sure as hell am. Julie 999 Super Chat. What's up, Julie? How you doing? Thank you so much. Preach it on. She's like, hey man, hallelujah. Oh man, I'm getting hot. Maybe I'm blaspheming too much. I'm like, cooking. You know what I mean? Ooh. But yeah, we having some fun, Julie. You know how it is. We having some fun. Let me give you a little something. I miss you guys. This is fun. I'm having a good time. Michelle Woods, $5 super chat. Michelle Woods in the house. What's up, Michelle? Big salute. Did anyone see Cody's red lips in the confessional? Looks like lipstick, dry blood, or is there something wrong with my screen? I didn't see the red lips, but they do put on makeup on you. They put that on you. There was one season. Speaking of this, thank you so much, Michelle. I appreciate it. You reminded me there was one season where I swear, the makeup department must have been tired of Cody's ass. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna go back. I gotta find it. Cause they had my man looking like a geisha girl. Like that, his whole face was like almost like white, and he had like this crazy eye makeup on. It was insane. Like he looked crazy as sugar. Okay. He looked crazy as cat sugar. It was nuts. But yeah, they do have a makeup department. They put you through hair and makeup. So you gotta be secure in order to be an actor. You got to be secure on what you're doing, unless you're going to a Diddy party. I don't know. Maybe he was heading to a Diddy party. You know what I mean? Sister White party don't stop. What? Diddy party don't stop. What? That would be some shit. Like if Cody got caught up in the Diddy affair. That'd be awesome. Michelle, thank you so much. Let me get a little something, Michelle. Good point. I'm gonna check that out. And if it is true, I'll clip it and we'll talk about it tomorrow during Sister Lives, or I'll put it in a video. But thank you so much for that. Give me the heads up. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Wearing makeup. Necklin 3 with the $2 super chat. She drove 3 hours for money and the number one customer. Yeah, she did. Look, she was making opportunity moves, okay? She was hitting that opportunity zone. She was like, what? He gonna be on TV. Kids, get your stuff. Kids. You're gonna get a little badass kids. Because this is well before Robin had a nanny, okay, and she had anybody watch her kids. She was loading her kids up. Who the hell drive? I don't know anybody who voluntarily, unless there's an emergency, and usually that emergency has to deal with like some kind of horrible accident or somebody have to be on fire for you to drive 4 hours, 3, 4 hours to go see somebody, load your 3 kids up who are under the age of 5 or 6 and put them in a car and try to drive 3 hours one way. So you're driving 3 hours down, 3 hours back. So you're doing almost a day's work to go see the church. I mean, that church had to be the bomb diggity. Like, woo, they had to be there on praise. They had to have praise dancers. You know what I mean? You in there just doing your thing, like feeling the spirit like that. Oh, 6 hours, 2 weekends in a row. Don't you have a job? You know what I mean? This is back when Robin was supposedly working. You know, who the hell? Who doing that? 6 hours in the car with kids? Every 20 minutes, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm hungry. We there yet? Oh no, no. Maybe one time down, one time back. And then when you get back, the whole way back, it would be the conversation with yourself. Never again. That would be you would be chanting that the whole time you on whatever interstate you on. Never again. This is stupid. This is stupid. Use your common sense. Like, this is stupid. I'm not doing this again. I don't care. Like, how the hell? And y'all supposed to be sanctified. So you can't even say that she got digmatized, like she was all of a sudden like, oh, I'm gonna go down there because I'm hooked on the fever. You know, I got some fever for Cody, and the only thing that cured me is more Mormonism. Like, that's not a thing. That's a long ride. I'm just saying. And that's what lets me know that Cody wasn't just down there hanging out, sitting on a couch. Because ain't no man drive. I'm gonna say that as a man. I'm 100% sure nobody is driving weekend after weekend after weekend, 3 hours one way to go down and look somebody in the face and hold their hand. I just don't believe it. I don't believe. Maybe I'm cynical. Maybe I'm messed up. I could be the wrong one. Let's see. Wait. Well, let me go back to Negla. Negla, you get some girl. You go, girl. Got to chit chat with myself. Eva, $2 super chat. When was Robin's purity speech? That was, you know what? I'm gonna look it up. Robin's purity speech was in earlier seasons when they were in Vegas. I'm gonna just hit my I'm in my sister wife foolishness. It was like season 9 or 10, I want to say. And she stood up there and made the kids all feel bad. Talking about, like she's sitting there with the kids, telling the kids, her oldest kids, that their father basically took advantage of her. Like, it was super shady the way she talked about that whole situation. It was super shady. It was jacked up. Like, I was not comfortable. And you could look around the room and you could see that the kids weren't comfortable having that conversation either. And she just basically told Dayton that he was a product of the most vile and offensive thing you could possibly do to another human being, which was completely insane. So I was not a fan of that little conversation. I was not a fan at all. And she basically, like, and it was all, and the worst part about it, I won't even say the worst part, but another factor that made that so bad was all it was just a ploy for her to tell, yeah, that's way too late. It was just a ploy for her to tell the kids or, everybody on TV that she should have waited for Cody. That Cody was the man she should have been with, which is also kind of getting into the whole thing. I can't find it. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. It was early on though. It was early on. It was like season 4 or 5, maybe 5 or 6. Um, I want to say it was season 7, but no, I don't see it. But it's bad because you're basically telling everybody that the reason why uh you threw your purity away to a boy who just stood on the ground and disrespected it, and it didn't mean anything to him, and it was so terrible. But you should have kept your purity to yourself because it was what you should have did until you met Cody. The whole thing is had you not got married, it's the same thing with Cody to Mary. Had Cody not married Mary, he never would have married Janelle, and therefore he never would have married Christine. And if he never married Christine, he never would have been on a TV show. Had he never been on a TV show, you never would have been able to date Robin. So you needed those things to happen in order for you to find yourself in a place where you are now. If you would have got knocked up by David, and there's some accusation, I'm going to be honest, there's some story around the campfire that uh, her ex-husband's family said that he was dating Robin's sister. Robin wanted that relationship. She wanted that man. She coveted that situation because he was a guy who had his own construction business and it seemed like he was on his way up. So she went and, pardon my vulgar term, but she threw some leg up on him and she entrapped him. Then she got pregnant and he couldn't deal with the sister anymore, so he had to marry Robin. He married Robin, and that's how their family started. That's what the rumor is. I don't know how much validity is to that or how much it is to that, but that was what the story was. And then when they had 3 kids together, so apparently y'all were able to figure it out at some point. At least 3 times you figured it out. Um, Bump Douglas. Then you got divorced, and within a year you met and was there chasing after Cody. Had those things not happened, there's a possibility. As much as Cody sits there and try to do the whole, she had a baby and I thought it was kind of disgusting. I was throwing up in my mouth because I realized she had actually been with another man and she was with somebody else. You know, as much as he does that stuff, there is a part of it where, because in this particular situation, social situation, and it does exist, where certain men will look down on people, for certain women, for having children, not, married or not, it doesn't even matter. Like they were with somebody else, they were riding a carousel. I won't tell you the rest of it, but they were riding a carousel and they were basically, out throwing themselves away. And so they're terrible people. But because they're terrible people, they become more accessible to certain men because they have low self-esteem. Cody strikes me as one of those guys who, if Robin wouldn't have come to him with what he perceived to be blatant shortcomings, then he might not have had the courage or dexterity to stand up there and try to talk to her, especially in light of the fact that she had other options and other suitors, according to her and according to Cody. Like, if other dudes are chasing her, he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's willing to stand in there and stand on his own too and try to chase her down, despite the fact that other men are trying to talk to her. Even kind of leading into the next week's episode where we're watching the preview, and he's like, tell me again how you love me and how you were so fascinated with me and what happened, that the Lord was my wingman. Like, I don't need that shit. I don't need that. Look, when I you start talking to a young lady and you guys are clicking, I don't care that there's other guys. When I started dating my wife, I fully expected, and there were dudes who were chasing her. There were dudes who was chasing her. They was on her. Okay. And I knew that. She was fine. Shit. I expected it. I expect you to dudes to be trying to talk to you. But I don't care. You go for it. It is what it is. I don't care. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna be me. And if it works out, cool. If it doesn't, it is what it is. Somebody else, she goes off with somebody else. And she goes off with somebody else. That's who she's supposed to be with. It is what it is. But I'm gonna just do me. And that's how I see it. But I do recognize that there are guys who are so insecure that they can't handle the fact that the woman that they might be interested in might be interested in somebody else. So the fact that she had a baby to him might have made her more accessible, not less accessible. Like he tries to tell that bullshit story, pardon my French, because I know I'm going crazy. But he tries to tell that story that he was talking to her and the fact that she had kids was a turnoff to him. I don't care. I don't care if she got kids, as long as you get along with the kids. And more importantly, well, one, you got to get along with her. As long as you guys have a connection, you and your partner have a connection, that's the first thing. Then you want to add on the extra layer of making sure that the relationship with the kids isn't confrontational, isn't stressful, isn't bad for them, bad for you, bad for the environment, bad for the whole environment. I mean, you don't want the people out there crying with one tear shooting down their face. But you want to make sure that everything is copacetic. If that's cool, then it is what it is. People have situations. You have to be a grown up. People are going to be with other people. People are going to have relationships before they have with you. That has nothing to do with you. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even ask, like, shit, I wouldn't even ask the question. Oh, are you in love with me the most? No. Don't ask, what they say, don't ask no questions you don't want to hear the answers to. Might go there and be like, am I the one who pleasured you the most? She might look you right in the face and be like, no. There was a boy in college, he was knocking the bottoms out. They called him Old Henry because he was swinging that hammerjack. You better watch yourself. Talk to somebody. I'm telling you. Some shit you don't want to know. Don't ask no questions you can't handle an answer. That's what I say. But where was Robin's charity speech? Where was it? It was in Las Vegas. It was at the houses. I can't find the episode. I was looking through the seasons, and there was I thought it was like her standing in the middle of the room giving the speeches when they were in the houses. They were in the houses in Vegas. And in fact, I think that she was in her house doing that speech because Cody used to have like the religious services every Sunday, and he would stand there and give his little thing, and he asked the wives, quote unquote, to give a little homily or a sermon on a message. Here it is. It's season 6, episode 6. Whoa, 6. Ooh, one more, and you in the big ones. You in the league, Jack, talking about religion. What? So it's season 6, episode 6, Robin's Secret. And she's standing there and does the whole purity speech. Yeah. It was a freaking mess. It was a mess. But let me give you a little something. Yeah, that joint was crazy. That joint was wild. Damn. Amon Avis with the $1.99 Super Chat, season 6, episode 6. I'm pretty sure you are right. Thank you so much coming through. All right, just dropped it on me. Awesome. Told you, man. They on it, man. That's amazing. Michelle Woods, $20 Super Chat, off topic. But I just gave a family a holiday miracle Thursday morning. A boxer breed named Tonka was blocking my front door. He was close to death. Posted pics of him on Nextdoor app. He was missing for 2 days. Home safe now. Awesome. Awesome boxer. That's a pretty dog. I like them boxers. I was looking for another dog. I want to get a thank you so much, Michelle. I appreciate you. That's well done. Well done. Yeah, I want a Connie Corso. I want one. I had a great dog. My daughter. We got this dog when she was little because I keep animals for a long time. I take really good care of them, so we have them like for extended amount of time. And my dog was probably about 16 when she passed. Really should have passed at probably 10. Like they usually die about 10. She was a old English bulldog, Australian cattle dog mix. Beautiful dog, white dog, and it's very rare that they come out white. But she was an amazing dog, right? And I miss her. And we got that dog because my daughter, she was going to preschool, and there was a pet store. Story time. There was a pet store, and she goes into the pet store and she sees this dog. My wife takes her in there, picks her up, takes her there, sees this damn dog. She said, I want that dog because the dog is playing with her and stuff. And she said, what are you gonna call her? I won't call her a special name. So she come home and she asked me about getting this dog. And I said, oh, okay. And my wife was like, she named it and everything. What's the dog's name? And she looked at me and said, the dog's name is Rainbow. So I had a dog named Rainbow. Rainbow was an awesome dog. It was an awesome pup, boy. Love that damn dog. She was crazy. She was insane, crazy strong because she was a pit. She was like not a pit bull, but she was a old English cattle dog, which is a thick ass dog, like a thick dog. But she was a cattle dog, which is Australian cattle dog, which is a fast dog. So she was strong as shit. She was fast as hell. She could jump. She could pull. Like she was crazy strong. Crazy strong. Oh, I love that dog. But I was looking at getting a Connie Corso. That was my next thing. But I was kind of like, once that dog passed, I was like, I don't know if I want to go through it again. But I'm kind of got the feeling. But you putting that in there, Michelle, off topic or not, you kind of got me in the feeling. But that's awesome though, because that's kind of a miracle. When you lose a dog, that's the scariest thing in the world because you don't know if something happened to the dog. Quiet is kept sometimes, especially if you have like more of an aggressive breeds like the boxers, Rotties, Doberman pinchers for sure, German shepherds. Like you're always kind of scared, like the dog is out making decisions for itself. You're like, shit, I hope this dog don't get on somebody. I am not trying to spend the holidays in the prison. But yeah, that's awesome. Dog went to the right house because apparently Michelle hooked the dog up, probably put on a couple pounds, was sad to go, and got back with their family right in time for the holidays. Awesome work, Michelle. Thank you so much. Give you a little something, something, Michelle. Thank you. I like feel good stories during the holidays. That's a feel good story right there. That's a feel good story. Good job, Michelle. But Oscar Mayer, Wiener Raw Dog. Going crazy. Brittany, not Brittany in the house. What's up? Holla at your boy, Carmel Cuties in the house. Yeah, so that whole thing. Okay, yeah. There you go. Brittany, not Brittany. My take on reality. Can we please have everyone put their fur babies in a Facebook group? LOL. I need to live vicarious through y'all. Yeah, let's do that. I'll put Rainbow in there. We'll have a little fur baby mix. But yeah, so the whole episode was great job, Brittany. The whole episode for me was interesting. Like I said, that one part where Robin was talking to the girls, like I'm always concerned about how they do them girls because I just have concerns that sometimes, like I know Robin is protective of her kids, and this happens a lot of times, not a lot of times, but you see it sometimes when people consider themselves to have made mistakes when they're youth, that they try to overcompensate for their mistakes with their kids. So everything about their kids' upbringing is to prevent the one mistake that they made in their life. But sometimes the works like a Greek tragedy. For those who are not familiar, in Greek tragedies, basically anything that somebody will say that something is going to happen, something terrible is going to happen, and in Greek tragedies, the person who hears that Like the terrible things gonna happen. What? Oh no, not on my watch. And they do everything possible to prevent that thing from happening. And by the sheer fact that they tried to put these things in place, actually makes the thing happen that they're so worried about happening. You see that in Oedipus and all kinds of stuff. Like, just terrible, terrible situation. Um, Theseus, like it's just like all kinds of Greek tragedies where people will try to send folks away, and by sending them away, you basically create a situation, a scenario where the thing that you sent them away for is a thing that happens. You trying to prevent your kids from engaging in your mistakes. First of all, those were your mistakes. Those were your mistakes. Yeah, you try to keep your kid from making mistakes that you made and try to teach them so that they can learn from your experiences. But at the same time, you can't burden them with your mistakes. That's for you to live with. Okay. And it's something I get it. Like I got some of my own, damn it. I got my own mistakes that even to this day will bother me when I think about it. And I try to prevent my kids from making those mistakes. But at the same time, it's not so much, it's recognizing that one, they're not going to make the same exact mistake I made. They may make a similar mistake, but they won't make the same mistakes I made because they aren't in my situations. They don't have a time machine where they're going back and they're in the same scenario that I'm in. Instead, the best thing that I can do for my kids is to arm them with the information to know that they can make choices, and hopefully when given the opportunity or presented with certain circumstances, they can make better choices than I made. That's what I want for my kids. I don't want them to go back and when this happens this way and this guy comes and says such and such, this is what I want you to do, because that shit is never going to happen. Okay. What's going to happen is it's not going to be the guy, their father coming in talking to you 20 years ago. It's going to be the new boy who's got the phone and be like, girl, I want to do this to you. That makes you feel funny downstairs, don't it? That's me knocking. Like, so you want, like, they live in a different world at a different time with different people. So you have to arm them with the tools so that they can address the world that they're living in and not the world that you come from. And I think that that's a big thing. Let me see. What's this? YouTube is my time machine in the house. What's up? What's up? I'm so concerned about how terrified Robin's girls look. They're adults. They seem nervous about talking about dating. Yeah. Yeah. The crazy part is both her daughters are actually older than Mary was when she got married and she entered into a polygamous marriage. I think they might be about the same age as like Christine when she was married. You know what I mean? Start spitting kids. So, somebody who's so into the faith and so into the belief system, like that's part of the faith that you're a part of. So that's the part is the weird thing to me. And this is where I don't like to make a lot of assertions about people's religion, because how I understand their religion and how they practice their religion may be two totally different things. Excuse me. Because the way that I understand their religion, they have, when I criticize Christine, people will tell me, well, in their faith, they have very short dating spans. They court very quickly and they get married right away. And this is what they're used to. Well, in this particular case, these little girls or these girls, I keep saying little girls, these grown women are going to their mom to talk about dating. And when they should be going to their mom, according to, the normal situation in this culture and in this faith, if I want to buy into that, they should be going to her and be like, yeah, I just met Tommy last week and he wants to come over and ask about courting me. And we're going to get married next month. Like that should be the conversation. And he, by the way, he has 3 wives and 14 kids. And I'm going to give up school so I can babysit. So, but I feel you on that. YouTube's my time machine. Like it was a very uncomfortable conversation. It felt like And I don't want to be a dick, and I don't want to be the guy that's trying to read too much into the tea leaves, but it did feel maybe, and this I'll give the disclaimer first. Maybe it's because they're on TV and they're filming this and they don't feel comfortable doing it. So I am aware of that. But if everybody was being natural and this was a natural conversation, it seemed to me that her daughters weren't comfortable having this conversation with her. And that is, for me, that is a problem. Like, okay, fine. Nobody wants to sit down and have the nasty, nasty conversation with their mama. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nobody want to be like, Mama, I was tearing it up. Like, nobody want to have that conversation. I don't want to hear that shit. Like, what? But at the same time, like, if there's issues, concerns, there's certain topics you always want your kids, or at least what I strive for, I always want my kids to feel comfortable that if they ever need to come and talk to me, they can talk to me. I might not be, I get it. I might not be the first person they pick up the phone and call. I'm a realist. Like I'm not going, I'm their best friend. I'm their best friend. No, I'm not going to be the first phone call. Okay, I get it. But I would like a situation where if something were to happen, they do feel comfortable enough that they could call me, talk to me, and ask me questions if it was something that they were concerned about and they were genuinely concerned about. Maybe get my input about or attending certain churches, but they don't need my approval to attend certain churches. Like I wouldn't want them to feel like I would want to feel like I put enough into them that they could make their choices and it would be a good choice. And as parents, here's the hard part of being a parent. This is the master part of being a parent. That is so hard. Like as much as everybody likes to pretend like they got it nailed, this is the hard part. Okay. It is always hard. You have to let them make their own choices on their own decisions, even when you disagree with your choices. Okay. They have to be able to make their own decisions. Like you wanted to, like, it would be how easy would the world be if you could just tell your kids, like, do that, but that, and you don't this, yes, no, yes, and everything be okay. It would be awesome. Well, no, it would suck. That would suck. But theoretically, it would be awesome because you would tell them what to do, they would do it. But then when you step back from it, and this is why I say it would suck, you would have to realize that you didn't create children, you created little automatons that just basically, do your business. You don't have you're not a parent, you're a puppeteer. And if you're a puppeteer, what happens when, the puppeteer, something happens to the puppeteer and they cut the strings? The puppet no longer has life. It can't make decisions for itself. And I've always said that when you set your child up to where they're reliant on you for guidance to tell them what to do, you're opening them up because that's who they are. They're relying on somebody to tell them what to do. And what happens is they're going to meet somebody and somebody's going to come into their life and that person's going to be telling them what to do. And that person won't be you. So you're just setting them up so that as a father, I went working with my daughter and she dates a dude. That dude is going to replace me at some point, and that she's doing whatever he tells her to do, whether it's in her best interest or not. She don't have no say because the way I raised her, she didn't have a say. So now she don't have a say when this dude is telling her to do dumb shit. Same thing with your sons, you know, the boys, girls, whatever they dating, you teach them to always follow your instructions because I'm right and they become subservient. Then when they become men, they're subservient men and their partners are now telling them everything to do. And you don't want that either. So you try to teach them how to be independent people, strong-minded, independent people who can make good decisions for themselves. So again, like what YouTube as my time machine was saying, it is bothersome that the young ladies don't feel confident in their own decisions. Like the difference between, I guess you really shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it. Um, as I say, you shouldn't do it. I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm a rebel. I'm a rebel. I'm a rebel. um, yeah, you take these are different kids. I recognize these are different kids, different people, etc., etc. But if you take Maddie at their age and you look at these young ladies, Maddie decided she was going to become a Mormon and join the Church of Latter-day Saints. And the Brown family did not approve of that, but she made a decision. And the only reason why Maddie isn't in at least to my understanding is it was reported on the show. The only reason why Maddie's not in the Church of Latter-day Saints is because they said that in order for her to join, she has to renounce her family, and she wasn't prepared to do that. So even then, and this is a big point. One, she made a decision to join a faith on her own, even though her parents didn't necessarily agree with it. She thought it was right for her life, so it was what she decided to do. The flip side of that, and this is where the independence comes in. She was independent enough to say to her parents, I'm not going to do necessarily what you want me to do. But then when the church said that you got to stop messing with your parents, your brothers and sisters, you can't associate with them anymore, she made the independent decision once again to say, you know what? I don't agree with that either. So I'm not going to join your church. I'm not going to join your little clicky click. And she made those decisions for herself. But that's because she was armed with the ability to be able to make choices on her own. And when she was making those choices, yeah, she did something her parents didn't like. But then at the same time, when it came time for her to cut her parents off, she didn't go along with that either, so that she could adhere to the new people or the new order that was in her life. And that's basically what I'm talking about. And that's what I would want for Robin's daughters. I don't know if they have it or not, because like I said, they don't call me on the weekends. So I don't know. But I agree with YouTube is my time machine. That was kind of, I don't really want to, I don't want to bash them. I don't want to bash them because they're still young ladies and they're kind of finding their way. And the show is taking advantage of them, honestly. But just some things that I noticed since we're having a bigger conversation. I saw one more. Let me. Oh, Negla 3. Oh, I got to open up these phone lines too so I can get you guys in there. Lord Fauntleroy. Yeah, right. Projection rubbed off for Robert. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Like, I think the two of them, like, they feed each other. Like, it's a very incestuous relationship that they have. Like, they're so into each other. It's like you can't tell one starts and the other one stops. Who's the bad influence? Is it Cody's negatively influencing her? Is she negative influencing him? Or the two of them just kind of feeding off of each other? Like I think it might be more the latter than the former, but I don't know. Either way, it's a mess. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, we got one more. Jenny Jet in the house with the no 499 super chat. No message, just the love. Thank you so much, Jenny Jet. I appreciate you. Let me give you a little something, some. And we're going to. Boo, 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 boo. All right. And we're going to get back into it just real quick. And then I'm going to open up these phone lines so we can hear what you guys have to say. I don't want to drag you guys out too late. I know last week we was going crazy. We was going cray, wasn't we? The thing I wanted to talk about, aside from like the whole situation with Robin, was Mary. Mary, Mary, why you tripping? Hey, Mary need to drop that. She need to lose some weight. Drop that, Cody. Drop that, Cody. The whole thing is that Mary met up with her homegirls. Oh, wait, hold on. Jenny Jet did drop a message. Jenny Jet, 499 super chat. Robin and her daughter's eyebrows and frown smiles were on point. Why is every conversation with with her intense? Yeah. Like it's a critical thing. Like she said that like, there's an asteroid heading directly for the planet. Me and my my band of friends have joined together, and we're going to go up and try to strip mine this rock before it hits Earth. Like it's always like a 1990s action flick. Like she got like some kind of huge message that she's delivering. I, in other words, you know what I mean? It's like a what's that? A movie trailer. In a world where Robin is deciding which church to attend, her daughters are trying to get their freak on. Get out of here, dude. And they were all serious. Like, I just want to pick a church so that I can find a boy who has the similar things that I want out of life. As I'm trying to pick my career, I should get a man with the same values. Like, girl, that's not how life works. Like you can't mail order a dude, okay? You can't go there and be like, you know what I like? I like a little bit of 6'4". I want six washboard abs, so we go 6'6". Like, come on now. Like that's just not how it works. That's that's a really I think that that's a big problem with like social media, the internet, that kind of thing. Like it's made dating you know, before dating was hard because it was kind of lightning in a bottle. Like going out to a bar or club, really, if you step back and think about what you would actually have to do to find somebody when you went out, it's lightning in a bottle. But that's part of what made it so special. And what do I mean by lightning in a bottle? Let's explore that a little bit. You would have to go to a place, a particular place at a particular time to meet a person who is available at this particular place at this particular time. And you have to be able to interact with that person and develop a relationship. Lightning in a bottle. Whereas now, you know, if things become a little more accessible because you can basically order what you want. I want somebody who's between this age and this age. I want this type of ethnicity, this person, I'm open to this race or that race or all races. I want this person to have this type of career or that kind of career. I want them to have this hobby or that hobby. I basically don't want somebody who smokes or if they smoke sometimes and never smokes or always smokes or smokes like a chimney. I want somebody who loves cats and dogs and but is allergic to parakeets. Like you can, it can get crazy, like how specifically you get. The insane part of that is that none of that has anything to do with your actual compatibility. So you could get somebody who has all the things that you like in a person, and you just aren't compatible with that person when you're sitting in a room together. And that's one of the challenges that I think, you know, is one of the modern dating scene faces is that we've become so specific in our ordering of things that we want that we've lost the idea of finding somebody whom we're compatible with. And that's kind of the goal of the game a little bit. So what is this? Wendy, Wendy's front yard. Wendy's front yard. Oh yeah, I wanted to wear my purple today. Oh, damn it! I wanted to wear my purple, but thank you, Wendy's front yard. Well, Christine wanted a bald guy who rode a motorcycle. Here's the thing, Christine, Wendy's front yard. I agree with you that that's what she said. I've seen pictures of Cody and his motorcycle. In fact, we've seen Cody ride his motorcycle when the cars broke down because they was riding around on them baloney ass skin tires and they were trying to go to Wyoming. Remember, and the motor blew up because Cody decided that he didn't want to put no oil in the motor. Hey, that sounds like that motor sounds terrible. It sounds like it's ticking. Anyway, you guys enjoy your 300-mile ride with all the kids. Um, when the motor blew up in the car, he rode his motorcycle over to the garage. And I've seen pictures of him and Mary with the motorcycle. Maybe he never rode the motorcycle with Christine. I don't know. But Cody rode motorcycles. And as far as like bald head guy, I mean, I don't want to be a jerk or nothing, but I mean, I think that it'd probably be more appropriate for Christine to say, "I want a guy who rides motorcycles and isn't concerned about his hair. So if he's bald, that's even better because then I don't have to wait around for him to do the, hair net, flip your head 4 5 times and try to scrunch your hair up and pretend like you just because you squeezing your hair extra tight that's actually doing something. Yeah, maybe that does help with the curls a little bit, form the curls, but it's probably the perm that did it. Okay. It's probably the perm. I'm new, but I'm not brand new. Okay. Like I understand some things. Your hair was straight your whole life. Now all of a sudden it's like curly cute. Come on, player. Like you don't go that tight. You don't have ringlets. You don't go from like bone straight hair all throughout high school and then teasing it when you get married and you're on the TV show because you got bald spots. And I get it. It is what it is. Like I got a lot of hair. I get it. You know what I mean? That's not my fault, but it is what it is. I get it. But you don't go from that to like freaking ringlets. like, like I said, I'm new, but I'm not brand new. Okay. Some things just don't happen. Um, so yeah. But Mary, so just real quick, and we'll get into Mary real quick, and then we're gonna open up these phone lines. I gotta let me call this up real fast because I gotta get the link. Get the link. I'm gonna put the link in there, and I'll just do the Mary thing. You guys can hook it up. When you hit the link, you'll go to a page, right? And basically, it'll just ask to put your name in. If you want to put in like what your question is, whatever the case may be, we can do that. Then you go into what's called my backstage. Once you get in the backstage, you have a little time. And before you come up, I'll just call who's coming up and you'll know you're about to come up. And I'll send messages like in the backstage in a little private area. You get some private dancer, some dancer for money, but it's free. But you'll be in the backstage. You can send a private message and I'll send like a listing of who's up next or whatever. It's fun. So if you want to do it, cool. If you don't, I understand. But I'm gonna drop this link. Here's the link. You guys hear me type it? It used to be so much faster. It's insane. All right, there's the link. All right, we are linked up. Linky dink. All right, linky dink and a shrink. Um, so Mary went out, and this is a jerky ass thing to say. I get it, but it's true. Um, yeah, like when Mary's friends, like the new friends that she's showing up with, like not Jen as much, but like the new friends, it's like I think they're trying to get. I think Puddle Jumpers or whatever the hell the production team is. Um, I think they're trying to tap into the Mormon Secret Lives of Mormon Wives groups because these chicks are kind of milfy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be weird about it, but like every one of Mary's friends is like these a bunch of people we've never seen before. Then all of a sudden they just dropping out of nowhere. And they keep showing up like everybody's wearing butt tight ass clothes and high heels. So I don't know. Like they're not bad looking folks, I guess. But she shows up and she's having a conversation with her homies, and they're talking about Cody and the divorce. Now, one friend, all three of them grew up in polygamy. Okay. Uh Mary wasn't in polygamy until she was older. She's kind of not as bad as Cody. Like he went away on his mission as a Mormon and he came back at like 18, 19 years old. And all of a sudden, hey, son, we changed our religion and I'm getting a new wife. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's a shocker. Like dude basically telling you that he gonna be cheating on your mama. Like, holy shit. I just got back from a religious retreat and you're telling me now that you're cheating on my mama? Like what? Like you wonder why Cody's messed up? Like that, dude, that's a mind freak right there. But they grew up in polygamy and they're giving their whole description and their whole feel about like the polygamous situation. Speaking of which, 444, I will be getting in touch with you. I got the messages. I will be getting in touch with you. I will be sending that off this week. I had a crazy week last week, so I couldn't send it out. But I will be hitting you up, and we're gonna link up. Me, you, and your husband. We all gonna link up. We're gonna have some fun. But with that being said, they were getting like the perspective, like the down low of what it was like for the separation. Like her one friend who she used to babysit, like I don't know how weird that is. That I used to babysit her, now we're best friends, and we're gonna talk about my sex life. Like, I don't know, okay. But she had this one friend who she used to babysit, and they were talking about like the polygamous relationship. She was a former polygamist too, who left her situation. So they were going through the whole thing. And the one thing that stood out once again, no surprise to me, but basically, Mary said in that description, even her friends acknowledged that if Cody came back and asked her to come back into the family, she would go. And that gives everybody involved with this pause because Mary can't let this relationship go. And there's something that was said, and I'm going to make a video specifically about this because it's just one of the things. Like, there's a couple like pop psychology terms that just grate on me a little bit. Closure is one of them. The idea that Cody, and I know where this comes from because I think I've said it before. Like, theoretically, Cody will realize one day, hopefully, when he reflects back on his life after Robin's left him and left him penniless, broken, destitute, that he was probably better off with the OG3, that his life could have been better had he been more committed to those relationships. That's a nice sentiment. I don't know how much reality is involved with that. This is my take on reality. So, realistically, if Cody broke up with Robin tomorrow, I don't think he would look back on his relationship with Mary and say, damn, I missed out on a good woman. If anything, knowing Cody and his mindset and where he is, he would, if he did think about Mary at all with relation to Robin, if anything, if his relationship with Robin fell apart, he would blame Mary as to why his relationship with my relationship with Robin fell apart because once Mary left, she started blaming me because I wasn't keeping together with the whole polygamy thing, and she wanted to be a polygamist, and that's why she left me. She didn't leave me because she can't stand me because I'm an awful person and I don't pay attention to the kids, and I, slapped the shit out of little Ari when she hit the damn side of the truck with the shovel. Because you can see it in his face, like he was ready to slap the fire out of the little homegirl. Like I was scared for Ari because the look on his face, like the whole murder face shit, like yeah, he looked like he was ready to get in that ass. Or oh, you just hit my truck, like so. It can't be that. It wouldn't have been that. It would have been because Mary did something, or somehow Christine messed up his relationship. He's doing that now. He's blaming them now for complications that he's having with relationships that he's having. Like he's not looking at his relationship and saying with his kids and saying, you know what, the reason why I don't have a relationship with my kids is maybe because I was spending too much time with Robin and taking that introspective look on the way he was conducting himself. He's looking at his kids and saying, I don't have a relationship with my kids because of my wives. I don't have a relationship with my kids, not because of the women who used to support me when I was a young man and I was coming up and I was struggling. I don't have a relationship with my kids because I screwed them over. I don't have a relationship with my kids because they're horrible people. So the notion that one day Cody's going to look back and feel bad that Mary left him, or he doesn't have Mary anymore. It's a nice thought, but I just don't see it happening. That was a weird thing that they said. There was a bunch of stuff they said, but yeah, I'm gonna ask you guys, make sure you hit that like. Let a brother know that you like what I'm doing. Let me just check real quick and we'll get into the calls. I have YouTube is my time machine. $5 super chat. Even Mary's friends could see she take them back. Horrible. Yeah, Mary's friends totally could see it. And I feel bad. Like, I get it. Like, I came up with the video where I was talking about Mary and her resistance to letting that situation go. And I'm not one of these YouTubers who's going to get up here and be like, my life is perfect and everything I do is perfect because I live in a world of perfection. Hell to the nizzle. Okay. A lot of this shit that I say is stuff that I know because I've either experienced it, I've seen it, I know people who went through things. My circle of contacts and people that I deal with is broad enough to where I see a lot of different things. I meet a lot of different people. And because of the nature of my character and personality, I guess a lot of people make me privy to a lot of their personal situations. So because of that, I have a lot of experience. But I also have personal knowledge with things. And like I said, I've been in situations where I've stayed in relationships too long, or I stayed at a job too long, or you know what I mean? And it's not the most healthy situation, or whatever the case may be. Sometimes, it works out. Like you stay at a place, like I had one place I was at, and I stayed and I stayed, and I went, and the crazy part is story time. I went to them and I was like, yo, I was working there and I had a position. I won't really get into the position because I was working with the evil empire, but I had a position where I was working with attorneys, right? And I had some of the most difficult people, clientele, attorneys, legal teams, like I was directing legal teams or whatever. I had some of the most difficult people to work with. Right. In fact, that was what they used to do to me. I had the personality where I can work pretty much with anybody. So they used to put me with the most difficult people in the damn company or in the firms. They would put me with the horrible freaking people, right? And I would make those situations work. And I went to them, and I was sitting there, a couple projects I was on, and I was talking to some of my coworkers, and we get to talk about money sometimes. You talking about salary, and I said, "What? How much do you make? What? Oh, hell no. Hell no. You got a cushy ass. Oh, no, no. We gonna go talk to the boss." I went and I talked to my manager. I was like, look, for what I do and the people I do it with, I think I deserve a little more consideration. They looked me right in the face and said, James, we don't have it. We can't give you no more money. We don't have it. And okay. If you guys get it, you find it, dig in the couch, look for it, please. Thank you. And I laughed. And I worked there, I think maybe another 2 years, 2, 3 years. And it worked out for me because the whole time that happened, I'm looking around for different stuff. And it just so happened I was given an assignment where I went to a place and I was working with them. The boss came down and was interested, sat through some of the meetings, watched me work, and they made me an offer. And they doubled my salary as it turned out. Like I was like, okay, yes, I'll leave. And I wound up leaving. And the stupidest thing, and I say all that to say this, it's not even a brag point, because my salary was low enough where they could double. Not as impressive as it sounds, I'm sure. But they, they, I went to the meeting and I told, I tendered my letter of resignation. And when I went to that damn meeting, don't you know them sons of bitches offer me more money? They sat there and said, "Oh, James, what can we do to keep you? I mean, we can work some stuff out. We can give you more money." I came in here and I asked you. I asked you, could you give me more money? You said there was no more money. You said we are strapped. We ain't got no more money. Our pockets is flat. We got rabbit ears for pockets, motherfucker. I couldn't get a nickel out you guys. Now all of a sudden I'm talking about leaving. Y'all got all the damn time and money in the world. I stayed there too long. I stayed there too damn long. You know what I mean? That personal relationship, same thing. Like because and this is the difficult part about it, and this is where I sympathize with Mary, because you can be a loyal person, and because you are loyal and you are a good person, you know, you sometimes get taken advantage of. There's a show I watch, and then I'm gonna open it up. Promise, I'm not gonna prattle on too much more. But there's a show I watch. Life After Lockup, right? And I got to do videos on this thing because it's ridiculous. But there are, and let me know if you guys will watch those videos. I might be putting them out by myself. I put them on a different channel, or kill my channel, this channel. But I think it's stuff that needs to be talked about. But the one person who is terrible, she's a terrible person. And this is why I say sometimes horrible people can give some good advice, and usually because they've heard the advice with reference to them. Right. And she is a taker. But she said, when you are a giver, you have to set boundaries because a taker never will. You have to set boundaries for the takers because the takers never will set boundaries where they'll stop taking from you. And that's good advice. She's a taker. She's a horrible person. But I agree with that sentiment. And part of that is that if you are a person who will continually forgive, you'll continually look the other way, you'll continually make excuses for your partner, like Mary was doing for Cody, and you're with somebody like that, they will continue to fuck up because they know that, and pardon my French, but they know that you're going to continue to forgive them. You're going to continue to make excuses for them. You're going to continue to look the other way. You're going to continue to overlook the stuff that they do. You're going to continue to turn a blind eye when they do the things wrong. That's what's going to happen. And they rely on that. They rely on you doing those things. So you, as the good person in this particular situation, if we are going to give the mantle of good person to Mary, as Mary is the good person, she has to be the one to put a stop to it. Because Cody, no matter what these folks say, would never, 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 never put a stop to it. Why? Because he was getting a benefit from it. As long as she kept her ass in that house by herself and she kept stroking out checks that he could cash and give him money and facility and resources that he could use for himself or the things that he wants, he would never let her ass go. He'll take her money every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Send her to church. He'll take her the money every day of the week and twice on Sunday. He has no problem with that. The only thing that he had a problem with is that she started making demands, counter demands to the demands that he was making on her. That's the problem. If she was just stroking out checks and she never came over, she left him alone for the holidays, or she just showed up when they were having events so that he could fill a room up for parties and stuff, then he would have been fine with Mary. Mary could come back into the relationship, which also begs the question, too. If she really wanted to be in that relationship, and here's the difficult part that you have to really drill down on. If she really wants to be in that relationship, this is a relationship you want to be in, Mary, if you're watching this, I'm going to tell you how to do it, girl. I'm going to tell you how to do it, what you have to do. What you have to do is you have to stop having expectations that he's going to treat you like a person and a partner. You have to come to the realization that in order for you to have this relationship work, if you really want this relationship to work, you have to stop pretending like you're his wife. You have to stop pretending like you have a say. You have to stop pretending like you're on equal footing to anybody in that family. You have to stop pretending like he gives a damn. And if you do these things and you continue to give him money and continue to feed his ego and his life and lifestyle, then you too could be a sister wife. Serious. It's that simple. But you can't have it both ways. You can't walk on both sides of the street at the same time. He doesn't want you to be his partner. He doesn't want you to be a part of his life. He doesn't want you to consider yourself equal. He damn sure don't see you as the same as Robin. So I don't even know why you keep making that comparison. You apples and oranges. You know how they like talking about apples and oranges? Hell, you apples and rocks. You're a pack of rocks. Okay, as far as he's concerned. You're inedible in a he can't eat you, and your heart is rock, your heart is stone, and you're unpliable. Like he can't do anything with you. So he doesn't want you. But in order for you to be the thing that he wants, he has to feel like you have to accept the fact that he is going to use you. That's the only way you're going to be with him. And if you're willing to accept that, then you too can be in a relationship with Cody Brown. And that's just, that's what it is. I'm glad that she has friends, or at least they have it on tape, Maybe Jen has been saying this the whole time, but I'm glad they finally got it on tape with somebody kind of putting it where it is. But what it comes down to is brass tacks. Like I said, if you want to have this relationship, it's like somebody who is dating a guy who insists on cheating. If you want to stay with him, you have to accept the fact that he's going to cheat on you. Stop pretending like he's going to stop. And which means you don't want to know. You're not going to do shit about it. You're going to find all that happens is you go through his phone. He go out on the weekend. He comes home. Jump, as soon as he walk in the door, he walk right upstairs, jump in the shower, and then come on out. Then kiss you on the cheek and go to sleep. Stop going through his phone. Stop checking his email. Stop following him around. Stop calling behind him. Because you know what he's doing, and you know he ain't going to stop. All you're doing is making yourself upset. You're making your home unhappy. If you're going to stay with him, stay with him. Just, but that's what it comes down to. And I know this is cold as hell. And I know people going to be like, I'm taking it. It's not fair because she's a good person. Look, fair ain't got nothing to do with it. Fair has nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? If the world was fair, I wouldn't be a poor man I wouldn't be a rich man living a poor man's life. If the world was fair, you know what I'm saying? If the world was fair, I'd have got my damn raise if world was fair. But world's not fair. Fair has nothing to do with it. And it is what it is, but I don't know. I'm sorry. The teacher Tree called me out. She said, "Hey, you didn't call that woman a pack of rocks." Yeah, I did. I apologize to her. She's not a pack of rocks. She's not a rockhead. Oh man, what is this? I'm gonna give Rosalind Davis 499 super chat. Do Mary still trust Robin? You know what? I think she's turning the corner on that. I think that it's easier for her to abandon the idea of Robin. I think she tolerated Robin as a tool to try to get closer to Cody because Cody was so enamored with Robin. I think that that's part of the reason why Mary had such an adoration towards Robin. I don't think it was Robin per se, but I think it was Robin as a pathway to Cody. That's what Cody liked, so that's what she tried to like. That's what she tried to support. Cody would complain, and this is the weird part about it. It drives you crazy. When Cody would say things like complain about Christine and Janelle, they have problems with Robin, and because they have problems with Robin, I don't want them around because they have a problem with Robin. So listening to that, Mary says to herself, okay, I'm just going to be the wife who doesn't have a problem with Robin so that way I become more attractive to Cody. And I think that that's why she tried with Robin as hard as she did, because she thought that was a pathway, because this is what Cody said he wanted. But it really had nothing to do with nothing. This was when he sat there and was saying that was the equivalent of that long list of stuff that Mary said that he would tell her, like, you have to do this, this, and this, and this. And if you did these things, then I could have a relationship with you. That was probably just one of them things on that list. You have to develop a relationship with Robin because she feels like she's being mistreated. Her kids ain't welcome. And everybody treating Robin like that because she's such a good person. And you guys knifing the kidneys and oh my God. And Mary, listening to that, she thinks that she has to develop a relationship with Robin because if she could just achieve that, then she's going to have a relationship with Cody. But it was all bullshit. So she was never going to have a relationship with Cody. Like, what you needed to do, and here's the sad part. If Robin or Mary wanted to be, where she is now, I stand on what I just said as far as how she could get Cody back. If she wants Cody to treat her like an equal, what Mary would have to do is Mary would have to jump out the window and transform into Robin before she hit the ground. And she would have to be Robin. And then Cody would treat you like he treats Robin. And until you do that, he's going to treat you like he treats Mary. Simple as that. But let me give both Rosalind Davis and YouTube as my time machine a little something. Congratulations and thank you for the super chat. No, it's just my sound. All right, ladies, here we go. All right.
Up first, we have Betty in the house. What's going on, Betty? How you doing?
Oh, girl, I'm so glad to hear you feeling better, and I hope everybody's having the most amazing week I know I have.
Awesome,
It's been
awesome.
awesome.
Good
I mean, it's
job,
been
good
off the
job.
chain. Girl, I hit a jackpot. Mm.
Oh, what? Oh, you
Oh,
got
yes,
money?
girl.
You got
Look,
some
I
fold
took
up?
that shit in the savings, but I sent all my kids a little bit of money and told them take their significant others, go have a date night, girl. I want them to have the best time. I would say
Okay.
about I'm going to try to hurry because I tend to talk a lot and I get off topic and I kind of rattle. You have to rein me back in, and it's okay if you do. You're like, excuse me, Miss Betty, could you shut the fuck up and come back here? And that's okay. You can do that. Um, but with the church thing, really, I hope she's teaching those children because they seem to be in a little bubble that
Mm,
it's also okay to question. Like I'm probably one of the few people, and that's fine if people don't like it, who got kicked out of a church. I'm like, hell, I'm not that damn bad. But that's because I had the nerve to question the preacher. Because I teach
right,
my children to question. And I
right.
struggle because I have a lot of faith in God.
Mm,
My faith is so strong, and I have faith in people. I have faith in humanity. And, but I have a son who's very agnostic, just based on things that have happened to us. And I wonder that if Robin has ever taken her children to volunteer at a soup kitchen
yeah.
to look at when you see a homeless person, don't look down on them.
Mm.
Do a handout. They're small
Well,
things.
I mean,
Like in mine, like right now, please don't look at my mess behind me. I'm doing my homeless bags. And I would please pray everybody does one. I give up 2 packs of cigarettes a week and not promoting smoking, don't get me wrong. But at
right.
my age, I'm like, I am who I am. Like, my kids know what I'm like. They try to tell me, Mom, we're going to take away your cigarette. Like, you want to get punched in the face? If I can make my decisions, I'm going to have them. But I give up 2 packs and I can go to Dollar Tree, do
Right.
little brown bags where you can put a pair of socks, some gloves, saltine crackers. You can do those little things. And when you drive down the street, I have little baskets in the back of my car. I can reach in, grab a bag, and I can hand it out.
Oh,
Dry
okay.
hair shampoo. Like to make somebody feel human again is amazing. I know I get
Right.
off topic, but
No, no.
I really hope that people understand that what you do and that she will explain to her children matters. I got a call
Mm,
this week that was amazing. Somebody that I didn't really know that I even affected 42 years ago because I'm old. Um, but she called me and she's like, "Is this Miss Betty from me?" Well, I grew up in Memphis, on the wrong side of the tracks. I'm from one of them hood girls, but she asked me, I'm like, yeah. And she told me who she was. She grew up at my house with my baby sister because I was a mama to them. I've always been
mm,
mama. And we talked on the phone 4.5 hours. And like, I didn't realize I had affected her life because she had a really bad home. Like, I remembered her brothers. But just to be able to reconnect with somebody and that it mattered to her what I did 42 years ago,
right.
it broke it just touched my heart so much. So
Right.
I have plans. I'm going to bring her up here to West Virginia this spring. Her son's going to fly her in, and I'm going to treat her and catch up. But
Okay.
and I try to tell my kids that, like,
Right. Right.
everything you do in this life matters. How you treat people matters. I know I don't always come across that way. Like, aha, people thought I was being mean. I
Mm,
still call her aha, but I do it to her face. And the reason I do it is because my husband, it was winter, and we're trying to give her a job. Like he said he would train her, and she's like, no, no, I'd rather just make my money on the street. So I just
right.
looked at her and said, okay, so you'd rather hop around and beg for $1 than get a job that my husband's willing to give you with training in
Right.
the morning.
Right.
So I don't
Yeah. Yeah.
apologize for that. Even if people think I'm being a bitch about it, I'm sorry. But
Well, well, because part of the challenge with well, first with homeless people, the way our system works, like our economy works, most people are one check away from, like one missed check away from being homeless. Like reality. The
God,
second
yeah.
thing, a lot of people whom you will encounter in these situations are homeless not by out of sheer laziness, but they're actually homeless because they suffer from undiagnosed mental illness a lot of the time.
That's
So they have other
yeah.
things that are going on, which prevents them from being able to go out, maintain and keep jobs and relationships, which puts them in a situation where you miss that check or
Oh
you
yeah.
fall behind on your bills or hell, the way things work, you get sick and
Girl.
you lose the ability to be able to pay your stuff. You miss a couple bills, they put you out. Next thing you know, you're on the street. It's a rough thing. It's a rough situation. So I
It
agree. I
is.
100% agree with your sentiment that it's not that they are less people; they're just unhoused people. So
Yeah.
I agree.
And just I've had medical issues. My husband. Thankfully we have insurance. But you meet some people who are fighting disease, and then you have like my brother who mentally just I worked for years to put him in homes and do all that, and he every time he goes right back to the streets. So sometimes it's not that people don't love them; it's you just can't do what you. I put him in a halfway home so many times that it just. Now I don't want him to know where I live because I can't have him camping out on my doorstep.
Right,
But
right.
like I said, he'll give away his food stamp card every time I've gotten him on food stamps. He'll turn around and give it away to a stranger. He's got a
Mhm.
heart of gold. But I'm like, you know what? That's his life. It's his choice. And I have to respect it no matter what. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get so off topic. No. I told
No,
you you have
no,
to
it's
rein
no
that
worries.
button right back in.
Well, no,
But
no. It's actually I don't mind it as much just because of the fact that one, it's the season that we should be thinking about our fellow man and people. You should be doing it all the time, but that if you have a reason to do it, then God bless you for doing it. But at the same time, I think that it's kind of in step with what you're saying with regard to when they're having this conversation about religion, at least in my practice of it, in the practice of my faith, I think that the how you conduct yourself and your actions dictate more and are more descriptive of your faith than what church you attend. So you can read the good book all week long, but if you're doing the wrong thing all week long, it doesn't really matter what you read. You know what I mean? You could have been
oh, yeah.
reading Jet or Ebony or People magazine all week for all the good it did you because you didn't take anything from what you were actually reading or what you were consuming. So
Girl.
you don't necessarily have to
Mm-mm.
be, they did the whole we have to find a church congregation to be part of so we could be sanctified. Not really. It's how you live your life, at least in my perspective. Don't
Oh,
listen
yeah.
to me because
Because
I might be sending you on the highway to hell. But I'm just saying, like, that's the way I live my
that's probably me, but, probably my theme song. But,
life.
like, the church thing, but you also have to, I would hope they would teach them to, with the religion aspect, but that it's okay to question. Because, girl,
Oh yeah.
when I was bartender, I cannot tell you how many deacons would be in that church or be in the casino, tossing back some bourbons on a
Mhm.
Saturday night. Come Sunday morning, they sanctified.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah. Preaching about boozing and gambling.
But
They do-
the good
the
Lord
crazy
drank
part is
wine,
they
so
doing
so
it
do
from
I.
experience. They doing it from experience, so they know it's evil because
Yeah.
I went down to
And
casino law
my mom was the
yesterday.
same. We were poor as church mice growing up, and my mom went to a church and they say, "Oh, you have to tithe to the church, tithe to the church." I'm like, really? Then why the hell are you driving a Lexus and my little old butt is happily walking to church? So I
Yeah.
just I'm really picky with churches because like I also need the ability to question and say, you know what? I respect God, I respect you, I respect your faith, but you are simply a man and you are interpreting the Bible, and I should be
Right.
allowed to question how you interpret the prayer, how I interpret. Because my interpretation means, like I said, well, you already know I have a very mixed family. And if you
Mhm.
tell me that they're going to hell because they're mixed race, I will punch you dead in your face. Oh, not that I'm condoning violence. That's not what I mean.
Right.
I'm
I
just
got
that kind of person that don't think I won't come up and go.
you. Right.
And I have done it. And like I said, you're not gonna mess with my kids. So, I tend to get off topic. Bring me back in, girl. Bring me back in. But
That's
I
all
am
right.
so happy to see you. I love you. I still say you need to be doing more on just us general people because we love you so much, and I love your community. They're
Oh,
very
thank you
open,
so much.
very accepting, and you're an amazing person. So we love
Oh,
you.
thank you. Thank
Well,
you.
let me
Awesome.
hush
Well,
because
thank you for everything you do. And you
and
make sure you have a good
if
time.
I could ever remember my damn Google password, I swear I'm gonna send you a super chat. I
Oh,
tried
don't
to do
worry
it today,
about it.
but I'm like, Google password. Well, shit, if I know.
I'm glad you spent a little time with me. That's what's important.
Oh, baby, we love you.
I
But
appreciate
I
that.
really want to get that thing done. So if somebody on there, other than my son, who likes to tell me how smart he is, because I got to recover my password. Because I tried
Oh,
doing
okay.
that. Lord, if I know.
Yeah.
I'm old. I've
Well,
had the same damn. He changed it on me one time because I got hacked. I'm like, what the hell did you put in there? Because I don't know that. Give me something simple, like ABC 1 2 3.
so you got hacked, and now he's protecting your email from
Yeah,
you.
yeah, no, from anybody. But then he can't remember what the hell he did. So he
Yeah, that's
got
what I
assigned
mean.
to my
Like somebody
computer
breaks
from
your
Philly.
house and you put a lock on the door you can't get into. So now you
Right,
locked out too. Like it's
girl, I'm gonna
completely
figure it out because I
secure.
climbed through that window. No, I'm sorry to get off topic, but I really do hope that when she's talking about this religion, that she's also teaching them, as you said about sex. I had to teach
Mhm,
my boys that is something, you respect it, you put on a hoo ha,
mhm.
and it protects the woman and it protects you.
Right.
Because I can literally see her girls if they got pregnant trying to trap somebody, the way they're acting. Like, same as like when my boys were 13, my husband, because he was the only boy and his mother was 50 when she had him. So they were very old fashioned, never
Right.
talked about it. Like it just wasn't allowed. You just didn't talk about such things. He sat him down in
Mhm.
front of a computer. He's trying to show him all this stuff on the computer, biology. I'm like, no, son. You're at the age, if the wind blows, that sucker's popping up. So let's
Right.
talk about it.
Yeah, it's gonna
And,
happen either way. It's one
but
of
I
those
wanted to have an open
inevitabilities.
conversation. And I've had
Yeah.
my other son call me when he was like 18. He was like, Mom, come get me because I was at a party. The person I went with is drinking. Yes, I drank. But I'd much rather have them call me. Even now, they can talk to me about anything. And some things
Right.
I'm like, I really don't want to know. Like, that's too much information. I don't really need to know. Like, keep it quiet. But I want to have that open and honest conversation with them.
Right. Right.
But I
Well, just
don't
be
think,
ready for it. And I think that that's it too. Like you don't want to pressure them into a conversation that they're not ready to have, but at the
oh
same
no,
time, you want to be available for them if they're willing and they desire to have the conversation.
yes,
But at the same time, there's some talks that you got to have with your kids because again, it's about arming your kids with the information so that they know how to proceed through life. Because you don't want to teach them that every time a man falls in love with a woman and they lay down together and they make this cherished, beautiful love and the physical manifestation of their feelings and all that craziness. No, sometimes people want to just lay down with you, and it has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with how they feel about you, and they could care less about you because at that point, for some folks and in some situations, you are merely a walking, talking, breathing receptacle of fluid. That's
yep,
it. Yeah, you know what I
amen.
mean? And so you have to give them both sides of the story so that way they're able to navigate. But if you tell them that everything, wait till you get married and it'll be so beautiful, you know, you setting them up.
Didn't
You
wait till I
setting
was
them up.
married. I'm not about to tell them that.
Yeah, you
What I
setting
had to
them up.
tell mine was, you're gonna have those feelings. It's perfectly natural. When that time, you can come to me. We'll go get the condoms. will go get the birth
Mm.
control. And I don't
Right.
want you to feel bad about decisions you make, but make them carefully.
Right.
So, and
Right.
like, knock on wood, all of mine have gone to college. They've got great jobs. Trying to decide which one I'm going to go to when I get old. So, they can put me in the right rolling heels because I'm going to be on some wheels, girl.
I
When
heard
I leave
that. I
this
heard
behind, they're going to be like, we don't claim her.
that.
But I don't also, like, I'm not worried about my children forgetting me either. So,
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to be one of those left. Well, I won't let them. But I mean, I'm being like, and I want them, and what I've always told them, and what I'll tell you every morning, wake up, find a reason to smile, find a joke to tell. Like, I do a lot of things with a sense of humor that some people don't
Mhm.
like, and that's okay. But I try to wake up every day and make a joke with my husband. I want him to smile at least once a day and belly laugh once a day. And we've done that for a lot of years. And I tell my children the same thing. When you wake up, make it a point. It can be something simple. When you see a stranger, smile at them, give them a smile, give them a wave, hold the door for someone, do something one time a day.
Right.
Just once. It doesn't have to be an all day thing. It's okay to be angry sometimes. Just don't let it get the best of you. Like how Cody's, I'm like, that man needs to take a poopy.
Right. Let it go.
Just being Elsa. Just being
Right.
Elsa. Let it go. Let it go. Well, I didn't mean to keep rambling. Girl, I tend to talk too much. You can tell me to hush.
That's all right. But thank you so much for calling in. I
I love you,
appreciate you.
sweetheart. And if I ever figure out my damn Google thingy, I'll send you something.
All right. Awesome. Well, you have
I
a
love you, baby.
fantastic evening and
Oh,
take
I
care of
hope you have a
yourself now.
wonderful week. I'm so happy to see you're a little better.
Yeah. Yeah. I told you I'm getting stronger. Getting stronger.
Girl, ooh, eat them Cheerios.
Yeah. Right. Right.
All right. I love y'all, sweetie.
All right. Love you too. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right. Excellent point. Excellent point. Betty coming in, dropping knowledge. And one of the things that she said, I forgot what it was. Just slipped my mind. See, that's one of the earmarks when you start tagging on that white gray stuff. And I will be, I got to figure out my new look. That's why I'm letting my stuff grow out all crazy looking. So we'll be for the new year. It's gonna be new you. Every couple years I do something drastic, so I haven't figured out what I'm gonna do yet. So we shall see. But up next, we got Michelle in the house. What's up, Michelle? How you doing?
I am fine and I've got some news. I
Uh-oh.
am officially cancer free.
Amazing. Look, hold on one
Yes,
second.
we did it.
Awesomeness. Wow, that's
Bless
amazing.
you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to make it all about me, but I'm just so happy I'm bursting. It's wonderful.
That's big news. Are you kidding me?
The only thing is
Yeah, I don't want to make it about me, but
I can't knock Robin's eyebrows anymore. I don't have much left. So,
that's all right.
there's a couple of points I wanted to make about tonight's thing. See, I don't think Robin is a helicopter parent. I think she's a wedgie parent. She is
Oh,
so far up their butts
right,
that she is examining whether they floss their teeth or not. Seriously. And
right,
they will not thank her for it. They just won't. They've got to be allowed to make their own experience, their own mistakes, everything. Otherwise, they're living her life. They're not living their own.
right. And that's
And
not
then,
what you want. That's not what you want.
no, don't
No.
don't we don't we raise our kids so that they can go out there, conquer the world, and make a small part of it theirs?
Right,
You know.
right.
And the other thing is, I don't remember her girls asking her. Maybe I'm wrong, because it has been known, but I don't remember her girls actually asking her to accompany them when they try out these churches. All of a
Right,
sudden, she's like, shotgun, you know,
right. Well, you know
and the
what? I
kids are
didn't think of
just,
that. I didn't think of
Yeah.
that at all because one of the crazy parts is, especially if Robin is saying, yeah, they're trying to pick a church because they're trying to find a man. Most
Mm-hmm.
kids, and this is just me, maybe I'm out of touch. Maybe I'm out of touch. But most kids, when they out there trying to carouse, that's what we used to call it back in the day. We out trying to carouse, you trying to, get out there and put your scent out there for the ladies or for the fellas. You don't want your
Mm-hmm.
parents riding shotgun. Like, you don't want your mom being your wingman. You know what I mean? Like, it's just weird. Well, we gonna go and find you a man, girl. Like, what?
Can I just tell you a little tiny story very quickly?
Sure.
When my dad was alive, my dad partied right up until the end, literally a week beforehand. And he was a hippie and a rockhead as well. He absolutely loved music. He used to go to the local nightclub that I went to, but I had a rule with my dad. He wasn't allowed to hit on any of my friends,
Hmm.
chat any of my friends up. And one night he went over to this group of girls, and all I saw was this girl lean in to hear what he had to say, and then she full on punched him in the face.
Wow.
I went over and I'm like, what the hell's going on? And after the woman walked off, my dad said, all I said was, do you know my daughter? And I was like, he said, and when she said no, I said, that's all right. I can you then.
Wow.
Yeah. I was like, what? No second
All right.
date? I'm shocked,
Right.
But see, seriously, Robin, she's got to live for herself. She doesn't have a life. And
Right.
did you see what she did with the conversation as well? It's like almost mesmerizing her kids when they said, "We want to go to church to meet up with boys and stuff like that." And all of a sudden, she said, "So what you're saying is you want to go to church, make some girlfriends, then?" And I was sitting there and I was thinking, that's maybe how you do what you do with other people. Just
Right.
pretend you don't hear what they've really said
Right. Right.
and just go along with it. It's all fascinating. Anyway, I'm not going to do the whole waffly thing tonight, but I just wanted to say I'm glad you're feeling better. And thanks to everyone for your support. You are all epic. Every single one of you.
Wait, hold on,
All
hold on,
right.
hold on, hold on, hold on. You say you glad I feel better. Woman, you just beat cancer. You kicked the cold. Okay? That like I'm in the little league of illness. Okay, I'm not even in T-ball. You in the major leagues of illness. You just kicked ass and took names. No, 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 no. Congratulations to you for what
Bless
you
you.
did. That's amazing.
Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be frank with you. Well, a few times when you came on, I wanted to ask you about it, but then I was like, you know what? Maybe she doesn't want to talk about it. Might not be something she want to think about. This might be her escape. But thank you so much for sharing that with us because it was something that was weighing on me, and I'm happy to hear that you're feeling better and you kicked ass. I'm telling you, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. That's amazing.
Well, I've
Amazing news. Amazing
told the doctor, I said, you can forget my address because it ain't coming back, mate. I'm not having it.
news.
And I just wanted to say there's no hierarchy. Everyone's got stuff going on, and I appreciate that. But I
Mhm.
appreciate everyone that took the time to be so kind and reach out and say nice stuff. So you're all epic. And if you're
Well,
ever in
thank you.
England, come over and have a cuppa.
I heard that.
Seriously. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's awesome.
All right, my darling.
Congratulations once again. I appreciate you calling it a fantastic news. Fantastic
Yeah.
news.
And
Oh
take
man.
care, everyone, and have an amazing week, guys.
All right. Thank you so much.
Oh, one last thing, Miss Betty.
Oh, sure.
You're ever in England, best you come and have a roast dinner with me, mate. Because we're going to go out there and we're going to change some things, you know?
I heard that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Cool, cool.
So you guys heard it here. Betty and Michelle have making plans. They plot. They got strategies
Oh yeah.
and they're making ways for provision. So you better watch it.
Yeah,
And just don't be in
definitely.
that part of town because I have a feeling it's just something about between Betty and Michelle. I just have a deep feeling in my cackles of my soul that they're gonna tear that part of town up.
Yeah, it's like that old saying, isn't it? I'm here to cause trouble and eat bubble gum, and I'm out of bubble gum.
Pretty much sound right.
Have a good one, James.
All right, thank
Mwah.
you. Have a great one.
Have a good one, guys.
Congratulations. Awesome. Brilliant. Brilliant. Awesome. Awesome. I'm so happy. Michelle, amazing news. Amazing news. Oh, it came to cause trouble and eat bubble gum. And we fresh out of gum. I love it. I love it. All right. Next up, we got Jules in the house. Jules, what's going on?
Hello,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
It's so much to talk about. First off, when your teenage daughter comes to you and tells you, I want to go to church because I want to find some boys, that means they already been talking to boys. They've been
Yeah.
talking to boys. Okay?
Right.
They've been talking to boys. We in 2024. Okay. We got iPhone, we got Android, we got everything. We got computers at school. We got it in the
Right.
house. We gonna have it in the $2.1 million mansion. They been talking to boys. Okay,
Right.
so the fact
Right.
that they made good and well sure Cody was out of the house with the tenders before they came and sit up on the couch and talk to mom about how we want to go to church. You know they've been talking to them. You know. Now I'm not
Right.
gonna call them no little skanks or nothing. I'm not gonna be disrespectful because I don't think or I don't know how much they've been talking to them, but these girls been talking to boys. They go to a public school and you know. They don't live out in a ranch and they don't go to like a church school. They go to a regular school. Savannah goes to their school, you
Right.
know?
Right.
So they're in a school with regular, I won't say regular, they're in a school with people who are not polygamist. They're in
Right.
a school with people who have different ways of life. They're in a school with people who live different kinds of lifestyle, and they're coming across a bunch of different, types of people. So
Mm,
naturally, as a young person, you're going to be interested in the opposite sex, the same sex, all different type of sex.
right.
You're going to be interested in stuff. The hormones are pumping. Things are starting to feel some type of way. And the fact that they want to go talk to her and say, Mom, no, let me tell you something. Brianna is like, to me, when I look at her, I see Robin 2.0. That's what I see.
Right.
She's a very smart girl and she's manipulative. And I'll tell you why. The day she came on the couch and started crying and acting just like Robin, I said, ooh, they better watch out.
Yeah.
They better
Yeah.
watch out. She's very smart. And I think it's one thing to genuinely want to talk to your parents about finding and being interested in boys and things like that. But she's telling her parents, I think, what they want to hear. That I want to go to church and I want to find a boy in church. That girl been talking to boys. Okay.
Right.
And then another thing I wanted to sort of agree with you on is the comparison between Maddie at that age in her early 20s. I don't know if you remember the episode back when she brought Cody and Janelle to Christine's house and she took them in the back room because she said she had to say something to them. And then she told them, I have something to tell y'all. And they were all staring at her. And she was like, I'm pregnant. And they were like, oh, Cody's jaw dropped and everything. And she was like, no, no, no. Actually, I've been talking to somebody and I'm interested in a guy and I really like him. And you guys already know him. And then she was trying to get them for like a minute or two to guess who it was. And then she told them it's Caleb Brush. And it happened to be somebody that I think Cody's brother wife was the brother. Cody's brother's
Cody's brother who passed away was married
yeah,
to Caleb's
right.
sister. Yeah.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is the difference between both of them sort of growing up in the polygamy culture, but having sort of a different factor, meaning Robin as I don't want to call her a helicopter parent, but somebody who seems very controlling in the household versus Janelle and Christine, who seem to be more open and wanting more openness. I think actually maybe Christine, because the reason why Maddie specifically wanted Christine there was because she felt like Christine, who played a big role in her life, should be there.
Mhm.
And she invited her. So the point I'm trying to make is I feel like when you create an open space for your children to be open with you, they will be open with you.
Right.
But when you have that lock and that the locks and the gates and the heaviness and the control and all that stuff on them, they're more likely to tell a lie or tell you what you want to hear and not their actual
Right.
feelings, you know.
Right.
Another thing that I wanted to mention was I thought it was kind of
Hello, Jules. Hello. Oh.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, another thing I wanted to mention was when it's kind of just going back to Mary and her friends and having that talk with her. I thought it was interesting the way I felt like it was nice of them to just be honest with her, but I also thought that there was a time when they went out on Coyote Pass and Mary said, "But what do you want? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Like I can't do this anymore. You know,
Mhm.
I've been waiting and nothing's happening." And Robin sat across from her and said to her, "Do what you've been doing." That's
Right.
what she said to her. For some reason, every time I see Robin and she comes and inserts herself at a conversation like she did last episode that doesn't have anything to do with her. You not bringing no money. Why are you at the table? Go do something. Go find something to do. Whenever there again is a conversation or anything happening with money, Robin always finds some reason to insert herself. But I bring up that because you said something that I thought was interesting earlier. You said Mary needs to understand that she's no longer part of the equation. And even though you
Right.
called her a bag of rocks, which was really funny, that had me rolling. I almost woke my son up, but I was busting out laughing. I was hollering. It was so funny the way you said that. But anyway, um, oh gosh. So when you said that she needs to remember she's no longer part of the family, it gave me a lot of pleasure when she sat at the table and she said, "I'm no longer part of the decision making process." When she made she
Mhm.
created that awkward silence at the table,
Right.
but it didn't sting the way it should have stung because you're not part of the process, but you're still over there bringing a $75,000 check.
Right.
It's like,
Right.
what are we doing? What are we doing?
Right. Right.
I mean, for
Why
real.
are you here?
Why are you here?
Right.
And why are you
Right.
here with like 75,000 on top of it?
Right.
Like
That's why
you
everybody happy to see you. You know what's jacked
exactly.
up? Thank you for mentioning that because there is a point too where she has said the like right when she was getting ready to move away, she was like, "Oh, I'll move away," and I tried to call you guys a few times and I couldn't get through. Like I wanted to see
Yes.
you and I wanted to see the kids, and she wasn't answering the phone. But when you got 75 G's, you got 75 bands, you got
Listen,
75
they
stacks.
ready.
Now all of a sudden, she, oh come on in, Mary, how you doing? Have a seat, get yourself something
How was
cold to
England?
drink. You know what I
How was
mean?
London?
Right? Oh, girl, you went to see London? Were they
Mhm,
speaking funny? Like what?
mhm, mhm.
What happened?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Like all of a sudden, I'm your friend. You invite me in the house. I get to sit at the table. Before she was sitting on the porch. They wouldn't even let her break the damn
They
seal of the
listen.
door.
There was a
What?
whole season when Mary wasn't even allowed past the door.
Right,
And
right.
this lady followed the rules. Mary followed I think Mary probably was the only one who didn't get COVID, right? In the whole family. I think Mary
Yeah,
was the only one that actually did not get COVID
right,
because she
right.
followed the rules. She did everything she was supposed to.
Well, ironically, Mary followed the rules better than Robin did because
Thank
they got
you.
Robin on tape getting pulled over by the cops
That's
during
right.
COVID. Yeah.
That's
So Mary
right.
was actually the only one who was following the
She
damn rules.
was the
They still didn't
only
let her
one.
out.
And they still didn't let you in the house. But when you
Right.
came with that 75K, well, come on in.
Like I say, get yourself something cool to drink.
Come on, come right
Kick your
on
feet
in.
up. What?
Come right on in. But anyway, I just wanted to touch on those points. But I was
No,
so
no, that's
tickled.
good. That's good. Good stuff. Thank you so
Hmm.
much for calling in. I appreciate you.
No problem. No problem.
Have a good night. Before we go too far, guys, I got to give a little shout out, not even a little shout out, huge shout out, showing me much love in the chat. We got Karen Joseph with a $400 super chat. She must know that her brother's car went down this week, so she know that I was need. So thank you so much, Karen. I appreciate you. I believe the kids know the only way out of Robin's house is to marry the first guy they can get, or the first guy they can trap, or the first guy they can finagle. I'm not quite sure how far they're gonna go with it, but I know that that's probably accurate. At the end of the day, and I'm not a big fan of that either. Like, don't make your house so unpleasant that the only way, like, people feel like they gotta tie themselves to somebody to get the hell out to get freedom. Like, it's just it hurts my heart when I see that, just because it doesn't help anybody. Um, these young ladies need the freedom and ability to be able to operate in a healthy way. And the best part of being involved with your kids as much as you can is that in Robin's situation, if she did this right, she curtailed this right. You have a young adult who's living in your house, and they have the benefit of being able to make adult decisions with the backdrop of having your experience, knowledge, and wisdom to help supplement those decisions, those choices. So you could give your input. You can see what's going on. You see that they're struggling with something, or maybe they're hanging out with somebody. You recognize that they're going out with this guy that's getting kind of serious. It might be time for that conversation. Whereas if they lived off by themselves because you forced them out because you were too controlling, and they felt that the only way that they could express themselves was to go out and be free, then you don't necessarily have any input because you don't get to see and observe what they're actually doing. You also don't want to put them in a situation, and this is kind of the fine line that parents have to walk, is that you don't want to put them in a situation where you restrict them so much that when they do get out, they go crazy. They lose their damn minds, and they out there, they rubbing themselves on anything that ain't walking. You know what I mean? If it sits still long enough, they're gonna try to put their lap on it. So you want to try to put them in a mindset where they can be themselves. They don't have to go out and try to conquer the world or experience everything at once, everything all at once. So I mean, that would be one of the things that I was concerned about. But thank you so much, Karen Joseph. I appreciate that $400 super chat. Much love, much appreciation. I'm gonna give you a little something, something, a big something, something, because you gave a big something, something. So, oh, and I also want to give thank you so much, Karen. I appreciate it. I genuinely do. Uh, appreciate it. You know, the you guys make my Sunday nights, and you know that make the show worth it. So I'm gonna dedicate this show to Carrie Joseph. This Carrie Joseph is sponsoring the show tonight, y'all. The show brought to you by Karen Joseph. Uh-oh. Oh, Karen. Oh, okay. Karen, hit me up on MyTakeOnReality@gmail.com. That is jacked up. Yeah. I still appreciate it. I'm sending you still sponsor the show. But yeah, let me know. Hit me up MyTakeOnRealityQuestions@gmail.com. See what we can do. I don't know if I can reverse it, but we'll get you something back. Big shout out to Betty Papasil. Uh, I don't know if James will see this. I saw it, but just want to say that I got two more A's. I'm a year out from finishing my master's degree. Congratulations, two A's. Okay, okay, killing it. Good job. Congratulations. That's awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, next up, we got Alex Smith coming to the floor. Alex, what's going on?
Hey James, how you doing?
Doing well, doing well.
Glad to see you're feeling better.
Yes,
Michelle, congrats kicking cancer's AW you know what?
right.
And I'm gonna say something and I don't care, I'm just at that point with these two on this show that I'm like, um, those two girls, Brianna and Aurora, are more manipulative than their mama ever thought about being.
Hmm.
Because they learned it from her. They sat back and they watched their mama manipulate Cody, and now they're saying, "Here, hold my beer.
Right.
Let me show you how it's really done." Because I'm gonna agree, if they're coming to you going, "Oh, we want to go to church," they've been talking to those boys for a long time. I
Yeah.
guarantee it. I absolutely guarantee it. And like you were talking about making the house so uncomfortable. I grew up in that, and I ran as
Hmm.
fast as I could, as hard as I could, and it ended up being a detriment not only to me, but like I don't have a relationship with my parents because of it. You
Right.
know, and Cody and Robin talk about they want their kids to come back home. None of those kids are coming back home. They've made that such an uncomfortable environment for any of them to come back home. It's like, no. Why would they want to?
Right.
You
Yeah.
know, like I just the more episodes I see this season, the more I want to drink. Like they are driving me to drink.
Well, don't do that. Don't waste the booze on them.
Right, right. I'm, I'm waiting for something better. We're gonna have New Year's Eve party. That's when I'm gonna waste the
There you go.
booze.
What?
Because it'll be the no, because it'll be the first one, in a long time that I'm actually, really happy about, and that's the thing is I think that for Mary, the biggest takeaway I'm seeing with Mary is Mary has been so used to being manipulated and gaslit and controlled and dominated over, she doesn't know what to do without it.
Hmm.
She doesn't know how to live life without it. And
Right.
like I understand where Mary's coming from because I spent years in a really bad relationship. So, when I say that I understand it, I do. I'm talking about I lived it with someone who would tell me that, "Oh, you don't remember sleepwalking and rearranging the furniture?" No, no, I don't. And
Hmm.
to find out, no, I didn't do none of that shit. He was gaslighting me. So, to all
Well,
these
your husband used to change the furniture around.
Yeah, yeah, I would be sleeping and he would move the furniture downstairs around
Wow. Okay. All
and
right. Wow.
tell me I did it, trying to make
Wow.
me think I'm the frickin' crazy one.
Nah, that's nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is. It is, and you know, I left and for the first time in my life I'm really really happy. I just started a relationship with somebody else and I'm extremely happy, And I
Right.
think when Mary finds the right person that will treat her right and respect her and treat her the way she needs to be treated and deserves to be treated, Cody will be a far distant dream for her and a far distant memory.
Right. Right. I just think that whole thing with with Cody and even with Robin and her girls, like it's just watching their relationship on television, especially because they stayed hidden for so long. And now we're just kind of like we went from watching them as very young people to now they're adults, and yet and still they still like Robin still treats them like they're little kids on the
Mhm.
show, and I think that that's part of it that's so disturbing is that these like the audience members are recognizing that these are young women, like they're adults, and yet still you're talking to them like they're 5 and 6, 7 years old. You know,
Right.
well, you guys, you're too young for boys, so you're trying to get a girlfriend in church. That's what you really want. Like, they're adults. Like they're old enough. Like some of the callers have already said that they, like you said,
Yeah.
they're probably already they're warming, they're greasing the tracks. They're letting you know that they're interested in boys because there's a boy who's already probably been in your house at this point. Like if they're
Mhm.
coming to you with this kind of foolishness, and that's when my antenna would go up. Like if my daughter came to me and was saying that kind of stuff, I'd be like, "Girl, who the hell? What's his
Right.
name? And what time is he going to be here so I can meet him?" Because
Right.
apparently you're
Exactly.
spending a lot of time with this joker.
These
Like,
girls are not Solomon and Ari's ages.
right, right. They're
And
adults.
she's blind, and this is the but it goes back to one thing. Remember, when the COVID rules first struck out, right? When um Cody got on and said, "Well, Solomon had RSV as an infant." Okay, you're still treating him like he's an infant. That is a huge flippin' problem. Him and Truly are only about a year and a half, if that, apart age-wise.
Hmm.
Okay, he's not a baby. They're not
Right,
babies anymore. Quit treating your kids like they're babies. That's what's going to be the huge. You're going to have a 25-year-old Solomon who don't even know how to take care of himself because Robin's constantly pampering his behind.
right, right. Well, even then, like there is a point, like part of the reason why, my mom said this in jest, but it was one of those jokes that was like, I'm serious when I say it, but I'm saying it as a joke. Part of the reason why my brother and I both know how to cook, like actually my brother and I know how to cook, and even my cousins, my on my mother's side, she had a sister, three boys. They know how to cook. The reason when we actually it's the we do the dinners. So like Thanksgiving, Christmas, I cook Thanksgiving, Christmas dinner.
Nice.
When the reason why I know how to cook is because my mother always took the position that James, ain't no woman gonna come home from a day's work and cook for your ass. So you need to get in here and learn how to do it for yourself. And
Hello.
and that's kind of how I grew up. In that same vein, if you raise your son to be pampered and taken care of by you, it makes it more difficult for him to be able to find a woman who is going to come into his life and step into your role as his mama and take care of him the way you take. Like no woman is trying to sign up for that. Women, if
Hello.
anything, in my experience, women may look to have children with you, but they're not looking to raise a child and have children with children. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, I'm not looking to raise no child. I,
right,
I didn't with the first one. I sure as heck
mhm,
ain't gonna do it with the second. Okay?
right,
Like,
right,
I'm sorry, but like I just and then I also think too, they should have had the sex talk a long time ago.
right,
The sex
right.
talk should have been done by Robin many years ago with her older girls. And
Yeah, yeah.
because I mean, honestly, I believe girls should hear it from women and boys need to hear it from men
Mhm.
because if they're not hearing it from you, they're hearing it from somebody else. And do
Yeah,
you really
guaranteed.
want them hearing it from teenage kids at school? Or do you want them getting the facts straight so you don't end up a grandmama before you're ready to be a grandmama?
Right, right. Well, I mean, the weird part is that if you wait till the child is, and I say child, it's all relative, but if you wait till your child is 20 years old in college before you sit them down and have the sex talk, you're about 6 years too late.
Yeah.
And that's conservatively. You're 6 years
Hon-
way too late.
Honestly, I had the sex talk with my nieces at
Uh,
11 and 12 because they didn't want to go to their mamas about it. And I said,
mm,
and I always made it a point to my nieces and nephews, if you don't think you can talk to your parents about it, come talk to me because there's no judgment over here. None.
right,
I'll give you the facts. It'll probably make you go to sleep because it's going to be technical and boring, but at least they know the truth about it.
right.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's too late by the time they're 15, 16, 17 years old.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, because the whole thing is that, like you said, I think I said it earlier. Like Well, push them down yourself. If you're not talking to your kids about it, I guarantee you somebody is talking to them about it. Especially the people who want to do it with them. The people
Mm-hmm.
try to convince them to do it are definitely having a conversation with them. But the difference is that you have the ability to talk to them in a reasonable, rational way where their best interests are being met. The people who are talking to them about it aren't talking to them about it because they want them to be wholesome, united, fulfilled human beings. They're talking to them about it because they want to do it with them,
Yep.
and they're trying to use them. So they're coming at it from a different perspective, and they're going to tell them. They're not going to tell them the stuff they need to hear. They're going to tell them
Mhm.
whatever it is that serves their needs. I knew
Right.
a guy when I was in high school, and part of the reason why I'm so adamant about this story time. There was a guy I knew in high school. He got a girl pregnant because his understanding of safe sex was she can't get pregnant if you standing up. You do it standing up, and she can't get pregnant because Vaseline is a contraceptive. And needless to say, he had a couple kids out of high school. And the whole thing is that and this is legitly what he thought. Like he was younger when we it was just a kid I knew. It wasn't my close friend of mine, but it was a kid I knew. I was like, what? And we were sitting there having a conversation. This is stuff he was saying, like, dude, that's absolutely not true. Like, you don't get somebody pregnant. Nah, man, you don't know what you talk about. Needless to say, his
They
girlfriend got
can be
pregnant.
pregnant.
But you have to, you're doing your kids a disservice because it makes you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Nobody is looking forward to the guy. I mean, I'm sitting here
No.
saying, do it, but I'm not looking forward to the conversation. But that's part of being an adult. You do things that you don't necessarily want to do, but you have to do. That's what it is. I think you have
Exactly.
to do.
Exactly. Because it wasn't easy for me to, talk to my nephews about it or my
Mm,
nieces about it. It wasn't because I'm like, oh my God. And the things I'm like, so because the first thing I asked them is, what do you know or what have you heard? And some of the stuff they said, I about lost my drink. You
right,
know, and I was like, no, that's misinformation. Because if
right,
you believe that you are going to get somebody pregnant or you're going to end up pregnant,
right. Or you're gonna get sick, and that's the other part about it too. Is
that
that
too.
there's a lot of stuff that can happen, and it's
There's
a
stuff
very adult
Ajax
thing.
can't wash off.
Right, right. And one of the things my mom used to say, because she talked like this. Part of the reason why I am the way I am is because my parents were very insistent about being open as far as sexuality was concerned.
Hmm.
But one of the things she said to me was like, "Look, if you're ever in a situation where you don't have finances or whatever the case may be, you can't go out and get protection for yourself, then you need to come to me, or realistically, you probably shouldn't be doing it because you got to get some more ends
Right.
together. But she said you can come to me, and if you feel like you can't come to me because you're embarrassed to do it, or come to me and talk to me about it, then it's a possibility that you're not ready to be doing it. If you can't talk to me about it, then you're probably not ready. And she didn't say don't do it. You're a horrible person if you do, and you're going to hell if you do. She just said, like, look, if you can't be honest about what it is you're doing, you're probably not ready to do it. And that was an impactful thing for her to say to me.
And
So
threatening your kids with hell or anything else is so wrong. And it's not going to make them not do it either.
right, right. Well, I mean, it's you're fighting against nature at that point because they
Exactly.
have a natural calling. Like you're telling them that the feelings, emotions, and the urges that they aren't having, and that they're bad.
Right.
But they're strong enough because that's our design as people. They're strong enough to where they just come to the point where I'm just a bad person, and sometimes you just and you can turn them down a dark way.
Yeah. And, that too has a huge impact on people, telling them that, oh no, you're gonna die, you're gonna go to hell, you're gonna burn, you're gonna this, that, and the other. That is not that's not an acceptable means of birth control, because you looking at it as sex as a bad thing doesn't shift the feelings that they're having either.
Mm.
And
Right.
sex shouldn't be looked at as a negative thing. That's how
Right.
so many people get into bad situations with sex because nobody took the time to explain it to them the right way. And so here we are now, they're looking at sex as bad forever.
Right. Right. Well, it's a dysfunctional, unhealthy way for them to go about,
Yes,
you
which
know.
is going to lead to unhealthy marital relationships with sex and all kinds of things. And
Right.
honestly, like, sitting from a point of having had bad sex, okay, straight out the gate, gonna be honest about it, because I wasn't educated enough when I got into it myself. A partner's had to undo those bad things, and we've had to
Right.
work very, very hard to undo those bad things. So, like, I'm an advocate for teach your kids early, teach your kids right, and teach them responsibility with it, and then you won't have issues later.
Right, right. Well, I mean, part of the problem is too is that it inevitably it creates an environment where it will be bad, just from the respect of how do you tell somebody that they're supposed to enjoy something which you've already told them is inherently evil, and if
Yes.
they act or want to enjoy it, doesn't that mean that I'm a bad person? Which not
Mhm.
only creates a negative view of sex and sexuality, but it also damages people's self-image of themselves, their self-image of themselves,
Yes.
Jesus Christ, but their image of themselves, because now I have to embrace the fact that I'm a bad person because I keep having these bad urges and these evil things that I want to do and I want to act on them, but they're evil and they're wrong and they're bad.
Mhm.
So I must be bad. And that like it's a mind screw. You're just like you can mess your kid and thereby them being an adult and their relationships, you mess all that up for them. You know, it's something that
Absolutely.
shouldn't be bad.
Absolutely, because I mean, I'm gonna be real, James. I'm gonna be upfront and share. I'm gonna put myself out here on Front Street, because I can do that because I'm grown and I ain't ashamed. But like,
Mhm.
I had a sexual thing this weekend with someone I'm truly madly in love with, right?
Okay.
And they were like, "You need to relax a little bit." I was like, I'm just a little uncomfortable with my body, talking to them, and they're like, there is nothing wrong with your body. There's absolutely
Mhm.
nothing wrong with you. And that came from, even my own mom being like, oh, well, if you were this much tinier and this much, people would love you more. And when I said this to my significant other, they were like, to hell with that. I love you just the way you are, you know?
Right.
And those are the habits and the hangups we get into when we have had negative stigmas put on sexual relationships with body image and all this other stuff. And, I'm the first one to admit, am I happy about my weight? No. Am I working on changing it? Yes, I am. Because as soon as the weather gets nice, I'm going to be hitting these outdoor areas and we're going to work on it and we're going to drop some of these pounds off. But I
Right.
have a supportive partner who's with me now, who's willing to work with me on it and go, I'm not 100% perfect either myself. So who am I
Mhm.
to judge your body type?
Right. Right. Well, because I mean, the whole thing is too is that you know the idea of the perfect physical mate is lovely when you're in high school,
Yep.
when everybody has quick metabolisms. But the
Hello.
truth of the metabolism is working. But the truth of it is that as you get older, this is where I was talking earlier about like the idea of being able to go through an app and kind of mail order or pick what type of person you want
Yes,
to be with and not focusing on the compatibility. Like having a physical attraction is awesome and it's necessary to a point. Like I can't downplay it.
for
But
sure.
at the same time, you have to have that emotional, spiritual,
Yes.
connectivity and compatibility. And that's what makes your relationship like the idea that you're just gonna be able to screw your way to your silver years, the silver sneaker years, is a fantasy. Like the reality of it is that at some point, like one of the jokes that my mom used to have was, at some point you have to talk to them. Like at some point, like after what she's referred to as the cigarettes get smoked, after you get finished doing whatever it is you do, you're going to have a conversation with the person that you're with.
Yep.
And if you don't have any connection, like the deepest you go is how they look and what the physical appearance is and how they present themselves, then you have absolutely nothing to talk about. The only thing you can talk about is the money's on the nightstand and I'll call you a cab. Like that's pretty
Yep.
much the end of it. So, like
If
it would
sex
be nice if we
if
were all
sex is the
perfect, but
only
we're not.
thing you're building a relationship on, then it's going to burn down to the ground very, very quickly.
Right, right, right.
But
Easy
anyway,
peasy.
I'm gonna let you go so you can get to some other callers, and I
All
hope you
right.
have a good rest of your week, James.
Thank you so much. You have a good night. Thanks for the
You
call.
too.
Appreciate you. All right. Fantastic. Next up we have Christy. Christy, what's going on?
Hi, James. Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you as well.
I called a couple weeks ago. I mentioned about Mary's junk journal, and I saw something really funny related to that since then.
Uh-huh.
There was, I saw a TikTok clip that Mary had done, and Jen was in it. And somebody had asked her a question about what she had done with the junk journal. And she said to Jen, "Oh, weren't we just talking about that the other day? What did I ever do with that? I don't know where it is." So maybe she did throw it in the fireplace, or maybe it did fall off the truck, but she's not admitting it if it did.
Right. Maybe she
And then,
melted it down and made it some more
well,
jewelry. I don't
you never know.
know.
But I think that somebody needs to do a deep dive because I want to know what happened to that journal. I need to know because she's not talking, and I bet she does know where it is.
Oh yeah, it's in the trash. It's in the landfill
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah. And also, I wanted to say congratulations to Michelle. That's great.
Yes.
I'm coming up on 18 years cancer free myself, so that's
Okay,
a great
awesome.
feeling. And also, did anybody notice when Christine was dress shopping, they cut to Robin and she had to talk about, oh, yes, the wedding dress is the most important thing
Right.
when you're getting married. Okay. Why? I think the producers are playing little jokes on Robin because why would Robin's input on Christine's wedding dress have anything to do with her at this point? They were just kind of twisting the knife because they know how everybody feels about Robin's wedding dress that she
Right.
got. And so they had to get her opinion on wedding dresses. I thought that was hilarious.
Well, because there is a point that well, I think that I think you're right. I think the producers and the editors are kind of screwing with her a little bit because you had Christine and Janelle talk about how their dresses were very low key and how they didn't want to have anything elaborate because they were coming into a family and it's not appropriate for a wife who's coming into a family with an already established family and a married man to spend a lot of money and time on her dress. And then you have Robin, oh yeah, the most important thing is the dress. Are you kidding me? I had a beautiful dress. I had my dress made. I had to get two outfits because that's how I roll. So it showed like the I guess the differences in approaches towards like the whole idea of the polygamous wife to be. Because in Janelle and Christine's case, they were like, oh, well, I didn't want to go too far with the wedding reception or the dress. But in Robin's case, she's like, oh, yeah, we went all out. 400 people guests. I had outfit changes. I had two outfits that I wore during the course of the service. I had my wedding dress, the dress I put on, both of them I had designed for myself and made. So it was, so in her case, it was all about her, whereas with the other two, it was about the family. So I thought that was kind of
Right.
point that they were making too.
And Christine mentioned that she didn't even have a cake, which I had
Yeah,
never heard before. Or I may have, but I don't remember.
yeah, I didn't remember that either. I'm with you.
But it's funny though because you know how Robin had Cody help basically pick out the dress, which, that was the first story. And then we've heard recently where he didn't, but we know he did. But,
Right.
But she was talking about how important it was, but then Cody picked it out. So that was just kind of funny that they kind of superimposed Robin's opinion over Christine's and Janelle's. Yeah. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is last week when they showed like the previews for tonight's episode, and they showed the short clip of Brianna talking to Robin about going to church. The first thing I thought when I saw Brianna's face when she was talking to Robin in that clip is I thought, why does Brianna look like she's passing a kidney stone? I mean, it was beyond discomfort. And
Yeah, she looked like she was in pain. Yeah.
yeah, and I was thinking, it didn't occur to me till your show started and people were talking, but I think the producers, or Cody and Robin and their PR team, they're starting something. They're trying to make them look more favorable. It won't work, but I think that's what they're doing, because that conversation between Robin and Brianna and Aurora, that was staged. That was so staged. Robin was acting weird. Cody was acting weird when he took Ari and Solomon out. That conversation was very unnatural and they looked uncomfortable. And then the sit down on the couch with the two girls, that was so staged. And the other thing, Robin made a big point to bring up, oh, well, would you be interested in a plural marriage? See, because I think she's getting backlash and she wants to make it clear that these girls are not being forced into it, and they're not really on board with it. They're not saying no, absolutely not, but they're acting like, well, that's really not something we probably would want to do. And the last point on that is Robin freaking out about the church and the boy thing. Okay, most people, well, not most people, but a lot of people attend church to meet people, right? Even if
Right.
it's just, and they were saying like, we want a community, we want this. And I mean, everybody's already discussed, you've probably already been talking to guys, and I'm sure that's the case. But is it really the worst thing in the world when your daughters are college age that they want to go to church, maybe to meet guys
Right.
today?
Right.
They're not saying they want to go to the trap house and hang out. They're saying church. Robin
Right.
needs to get a grip. It kind of reminded me of when McKelty and the other kids when they moved to Vegas and they wanted to join that church youth group, and Robin had the conniption fit about it wasn't their religion. Well, this time she wasn't worried about the religion. She was worried more about them possibly dating. I mean, wasn't Aurora dating? Well, not dating. They didn't admit to that, but when she was talking to that guy last season or whenever it was,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
okay,
She had a
so
boyfriend and she was obviously, yeah.
yeah. And Mary had mentioned, well, yeah, I was your age. I was when I got married.
Right.
Okay. So come on. What 19-year-old isn't interested in the opposite sex or the same sex, some dating type relationship? But Robin acts like that's just like the worst thing that can happen. And I really think that thing was just because, like, Mary going to the house, she's been able to go in the house, what is it, twice now? They're trying to shift more to Robin and Cody because they know they have no storyline with all the wives leaving. So they're trying to incorporate their house, the inside of the house, not just
Right.
freezing out on the porch when it's 50 below and 3 feet of snow. And that's just in the conversation with the girls and all that, and like I said, trying to show that they're not forcing them into polygamy and that kind of thing. I really think Cody and Robin are trying to create this shift where people are going to look more favorably on them, but I don't think it's going to happen. That's just some interesting things that I kind of took note of. And so I'll let you go. I don't want to keep you too long. I know other people are probably waiting, and I just wanted to get it out because I don't know anybody who watches this show, and I can't ever, if I say anything like this to people, they look at you like you're crazy and
Right.
think you're obsessed. So,
No, I appreciate you calling in, though. Thank you so much. It's awesome.
okay, well, you have a good night.
All right, you too. You too.
Uh,
That's awesome. She said, you try to talk to people about it, look at you like you're crazy. I know. I know. Because nobody will believe that this is actually what's going on. But yeah, you know what? She really had some good points. She had some really good points. Because it was, there's a lot of stuff that gets said during the course of this that just, you know, with the daughters, the worst thing, like she said, she said, it's not like they say they go into the trap house to scoop dudes. They could be going to the trap house or they could be going to frat parties, okay, and picking up guys. Like it's going to happen. Like the urges are there. So trying to pretend like oh no, you're just gonna go out and talk to the girls and get some friends. Look, it's strong. When you 18, 19 years old, them urges are stronger than anything. Like you feel like the booty bandit. Getting booty is more important than breathing. It's more important than air and water. Like, are you crazy? Like you better talk to her and sit her down. Look. It's nothing unnatural about it. You're gonna have urges. You're gonna find people attractive. And you're gonna grow hair in funny places. Like have a conversation with them, please. All right, next up, Rebecca. Rebecca, what's going on?
Hey, James, I'm glad to see you're feeling better.
Yeah. I'm up and
Yeah,
I'm kicking. I'm kicking.
you are. You're
Not
like in full voice tonight.
right. I'm not kicking as hard as Michelle and Christy, but I'm trying my best.
I know it. I know it. Yeah, they're doing really good.
Right, the
They
All
are.
Star
I
team.
know. Imagine the trepidation we all feel having to follow that because it's like, wow,
Right,
they did good. They did
right.
good
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah. Like
I know.
here
And
I
then
am.
when we all follow our girl Betty, phew, look out.
Right? I got a little
I know we
congestion and
all
I
feel
feel under the
foolish.
weather.
But no, I got to piggyback a little bit off of Christy there because it's so crazy with Robin doing this when she was saying, "Oh, wow," when Brianna said, "Oh, I want to talk to you about going to church, to meet boys." And she goes, "Oh, we should call your sister up here because
Right,
Aurora just said that too." Yeah, because they were talking about it before to get it sanctioned by mom. If we say
right,
the word church in mixed with boys, then it's sanctioned dating by mom, and
right.
she'll
It's
get
not
dad
his
off of
day.
everybody's back.
Right,
Mom will make sure Cody shuts his mouth and we're all good. So yeah, we all, we were all teenagers once. We totally know what you're doing, kids.
right,
We're not stupid. We got your number here. We know what you're doing. And so, but I mean, it's so funny that she acted like she did. Robin acted like, she was about ready to have a mini stroke over that. And it was like, come on. I mean, what do you want them to date at 40 for their first
right,
time? I mean, that would be weird. I mean, let's be serious here. Come on. They're in their 20s. Of course, they want to date, not hang out with their 7-year-old sister and their 13-year-old brother and their mom and dad all day. Pass. Hard pass. These girls are in their 20s, so come on. And I feel like, right? Don't you think that Robin's probably okay with this? Because I mean, yeah, everybody said that it's staged. This whole thing, it's and I keep saying that it's good. It's nice B footage to use as opposed to Cody peeling a log on Coyote Pass, right? I mean, let's have this conversation about a couple of girls that are already dating, whatever. They're already
Right.
talking to boys when they're in college anyways, and they're already being, having their lunch with some boy sitting across from them or whatever. That's water under the bridge. They're already doing all of that. But I
Right.
think, I feel like that Robin would probably love to have a storyline because
Yeah.
they're left out of everything at this point.
Right.
And
Right.
so if you can, follow the girls on their first date, wink, wink, like they already aren't dating. But I mean, if they can, follow them on their first date and Cody can try to intimidate some guys with his weird hair and, his horsey ring and his attitude and swagger and garbage that he does, yeah, I'll intimidate one of the boys, that comes over to date my daughter. Like he doesn't
Right.
have a whole bunch of other daughters that have already gotten married. I
Right.
mean, he acts
Right.
like he's reinventing the wheel again, and it's like, dude, whatever. You've got like 18 kids. This is not your first kid dating,
Well, because
you
there's
know.
also that weird part too, where when the Brianna and Aurora are not kids,
They're not
so
kids.
they're not going to be dating kids. Like the one guy that Cody tried to intimidate, he wasn't even really intimidating. He was a high school student. Like
Yeah,
they're going to
yeah,
be bringing men home, and
exactly.
so like Cody,
Exactly.
what is Cody going to try to intimidate a grown ass dude? Like really? And what is the intimidation factor for real? Like, have you ever
Yeah, like
wanted
you
to intimidate
said,
with my daughter? Come on, man.
yeah, like you said, these could be men in their 20s or late 20s, early 30s.
Right.
Because I mean, let's do the math on these girls. I mean, yeah, they're in their early 20s. So, yeah, sure, that would be an age range to be almost 30.
Hmm.
So, come on. Of course, that's what's going to happen. And
Right.
I mean,
Right.
big deal. It would be different if he was running the convent and had all the other girls locked up in there. But hey, he's got married daughters. All of his daughters that are of a certain age are married.
Right.
So whatever. I mean, I mean, I don't see what I'm not getting the issue except the idea that Robin does not want to be an empty nester stuck with her husband. I mean, I think the less people in the house, it's like, oh my goodness, I have to deal with him full on
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah. Well, he becomes a
And
full time job now.
right, yeah, then he's there. At least she can like push the kids off on him. Oh, talk to Aurora, talk to Brianna, talk to one of the little ones, whatever.
Right.
So, but yeah, I think she's not liking the end of this road that I'm gonna be stuck with him full time. But it's too funny then too to see on the other side, as much as she would love this to turn into like a long range spin-off of us watching Aurora and Brianna date or whatever and get into polygamy themselves, which is really funny too in itself because she doesn't even know when she's talking about church. Did you notice that she kept saying, well, that's not what we believe, what we believed, that's what we used to believe. Or
Right.
she said it like in past tense and then she's like, no, that's what we believe. She kind of
Right.
switched it a little bit and it's like, you don't know what you believe. You're really not a polygamist. You guys keep calling yourself monogamists. You're not a polygamous person anymore. You're not pushing that lifestyle. You're just hoping that you're going to keep the show. They just want to keep the show so bad. So I think they would love to see that happen. And I think like what Alex was saying too, that, yeah, those girls are so manipulative on everything that they, there's a chance they would go into polygamy with
Mhm.
Robin, the book of Robin 101 of how to manipulate and scheme your way to the top and be the only wife.
Right.
I think and I think, yeah, because they probably look at it and go, yeah, hey, it's not so bad. You become he becomes your best customer, and then, just like mom was. And then we have all the, I would have all the time with my man, and he would boot the other ones out. So, whereas the other kids are like, no way, absolutely not. We hate polygamy. But yeah, I think these girls, there would be a chance they would do it because it's not bad for them. They have Cody all the time. They have all the money, all the gifts, all the stuff, all the trappings of it. So,
Mm,
yeah, it'd be great for them. They probably would love it.
right.
But it's funny too to see. I kind of one last thing I was thinking was when Mary was talking to her friends, which I agree with everybody. Where do these friends come from? I love that. I love that she has all of a sudden Mary is like super interesting, right? She's got these friends that come out and they like drop truth bombs on her, and apparently it's everybody in the world she's ever babysat that she's friends with, right? She
Right.
spent the holidays with the other one, and it's like, wow, she's got all these ones that are her buddies that she hung out with or babysat as a kid. And but it was so funny to listen to her talk that she couldn't even really, did you see that? She was so, when they were saying that about polygamy and jealousy and all of this and how it's such a negative, and she said, well, monogamous can be jealous too, and they can be in bad marriages too. And it's like, I
Right.
kind of thought when she said that, I was like, yeah, that's probably why it didn't work out with you, with that guy that she was dating, whoever his Amos or whatever. I'm wondering if she just dated him on the rebound because she was not willing to still move on and realize that, what, this was a bad thing. It's okay to be jealous. It's okay to want my husband 24/7 if I want, and have him at my beck and call if that's my choice. And she wasn't really willing to like admit that and be like, what, this was a bad thing. It's okay. you know he was okay some of the times, whatever, but it was not really a good thing. This was not good for any of these women. And so, yeah, I mean, she'd run back to Cody in a second. So, yeah, I feel like that was like probably her undoing with her relationship with Amos, which is really sad. It's
Mm,
probably a timing thing. I have no idea. Everybody else probably knows whatever more details about that. I just knew she was dating him and then she wasn't.
right.
So,
Right.
yeah, I'm just wondering if it's like, one of those kind of things like that. Like, oh, she couldn't get over Cody still.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Or
so
even
which
if
is,
she did, sometimes they like dating is hard just in the sense that everybody you meet isn't a home run. Like you
exactly.
gotta
Yeah,
you gotta go through.
exactly.
Sometimes you gotta sift through a lot of junk to find that
Yeah.
jewel. So
Exactly. And that's the problem I think that Robin's girls are going to have too is, they are so skewed by what she's telling them, and I'm sure they've heard probably her purity crap, and
right,
how awful their birth father was and whatever, and all of this kind of stuff, that they're going to think, oh, the first guy that looks at you twice and you go out on a date with him, he winked at you and smiled and shook your hand at the door, kissed you on the cheek, you're engaged, you have to marry him, and this is how it has to be. And so they're going to, end up in bad situations, or they're going to end up these crazy stalker girls,
right,
that are
right.
like in the bushes with their night vision goggles, stalking these guys, going, he looked at me twice and we went out and had a slice of pizza, so my mom said that's it. That means I got to marry him. And
We're
these
gonna be
guys are going to
together
be like,
forever.
hey, I just wanted to have a cup of coffee. you
Right,
know, I'm not that into you. I now know that you're a crazy. So no
right,
thanks.
right. Thanks
Yeah.
with no thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I feel bad for them. I really do, because that's probably, they're going to be those kind of girls like that cling, you know, those stalker girls that cling. We all know those kind of girls,
Right.
right? Yeah. So, Okay, well, I'm going to let you.
All right.
There's a bunch of other people that want to get on and talk to you. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah. I'm alive and kicking. I'm kicking
Well,
back.
you were hilarious tonight, so I could
Oh,
tell. I
thank
was
you.
like, wow, he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah. All right. I've turned the corner. I've turned the corner.
Well, good, good. And
Thanks so much for
we were
calling in.
laughing.
I appreciate
Everybody that's on with you tonight, that's on the chat, is so funny, and everybody that's backstage here, waiting to go on. We're having a good conversation too. So I'm going to say hi to everybody. Hey, everybody.
it.
Yeah.
All
Okay, and
right.
have a good rest of your week. Looking forward to you and Sarah tomorrow night.
Yeah. It should be fun. It should be fun.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Okay.
All right, guys. We're moving right along. Christian M in the house. What's going on, Christian? Hello. Okay. Christian. Well, that was Carmel Cuties. Carmel Cuties, you're in the house. What's going on?
Good evening.
Uh
Sorry, I'm
oh. You
still.
sound like you had what I had.
If you were diagnosed with bronchitis with a slight case of a pneumonia, then yes, I have what you have.
Ooh.
But
No, it
yeah, it
sounds
was
like yours
pretty
might be a
bad.
little more serious.
Yeah, it was. But one day at a time, trying to get better.
There you go.
Watching shows like Sister Wives sometimes helps. I took a few notes tonight just because I don't know. It was tonight's episode. I'm going to be honest. Mary's portion irked the living hell out of me. And
Okay.
only because I keep hearing Mary say, she said it this week, she said it last week. Well, it's just been 6 months since, I divorced Cody or I left Cody or our relationship was over. And I want to be like, Mary, you had like 10 years since the relationship
Right.
has been over. But it feels like she's in denial that the relationship wasn't what it was on her end. Because, well, if Cody would have just told me, he's told you many times. You know, I'm sure if he said it on camera, he said it off camera. Probably way worse than he said it on camera. But
Right. Right.
one of the things that the friend of hers was saying, um, and I heard Mary say something about, well, do monogamous couples do this or do monogamous couples go through that? And she's like, well, you're in survival, but they don't have to worry if the resources are going to be even amongst from their partner. They don't have to worry if they're sleeping with other people. And the look on
Hmm.
Mary's face was kind of like, how dare you say that on camera? That's how I took her face. Like, we could have this conversation when we're not filming.
Well,
But
we're supposed to talk about how awesome it was.
Mary just seems like she's truly in denial and slightly in delusion because I've always been told and I tell my friends this, you don't have to be honest with me. You just have to be honest with yourself. And I
Right.
don't think Mary's truly been honest with herself about the nature of her and Cody's relationship.
Hmm.
And I think having friends like the two she was with tonight, and definitely Jen, to bring her back to reality sometimes maybe what she might need. But sadly, it doesn't seem like she's fully listening to the advice that they're giving to her. And
Right.
so
Right.
I don't know. I would say I've given Mary grace. I no longer feel sorry for her. And if she was one of my girlfriends, I probably would have slapped her in the head about 2 times by now. Come on, girl, snap out of it. Cody ain't cared about you. He ain't coming back. And I think she may strongly feel that she did make a mistake because if Cody's now being nice and hugging her and giving her a little bit of emotions that she's probably been wanting him to give her for the past 6, 7 years, she may feel like, hey, if I continue doing what I'm doing, he may come back, which is
Right.
sad because why would you want him back?
Right. Right.
And I get
Well,
it,
I was.
she's part of the cult. She's been with him since she was 19, and I understand that's a lot.
Right.
My grandparents were together for 52 years before my grandfather passed away. She met him in
Mm,
the fourth grade. That's the only man she was with. And so I definitely can understand not being with nobody else. But baby, it's plenty of men out there.
right,
Get to lining them up.
right. Well, because I think that there's a couple things like the time that she spent there. She did make a reference to that. Like I was with him for 30 years, so you
Mm,
feel like you're. And there's a part, and again, this is gonna sound jacked up, and I recognize that, but it just is what it is. There's a part where you look at it and say, I was with him for 30 years, and you feel like you're entitled to something because of the time that you invested in this person, the time, money, energy, and everything else that you invested in this person. You feel like you're deserving of some kind of return on your investment. The truth
mhm.
of it is that you aren't. And
Right.
that's the hard part of relationships in general. Like you can pour everything you have into a person and they're not obligated to give you anything back. The
Correct.
second part that I wanted to make mention of is the point that you had brought up, and it just really hit me when you said that Mary had made mention that if Cody would have told her earlier that he didn't want her, that she could have been able to separate. Here's
Hmm.
the thing: Cody has now told you officially several times on TV, and you've agreed that he no longer wants you, and it's not going to work out, and you
Hmm.
still haven't moved on. So it begs the question: had Cody come to you 5 years, 8 years, or 10 years ago and said, "Hey, this ain't working out. I really like Robin. This is who I want to be with," would you have been able to walk away then, or would you have kept trying? Because by then you had already put in 20 years. And the
Correct.
problem that I have with putting time and money, if you make a bad investment with your time or your money, it doesn't help or improve your situation if you continue to add more time and more money on top of an already bad investment.
Correct.
So if you know what I mean, if you just spend like 20 years in, he said, look, that's it. I'm done. I want to go off with Robin. It's over. And you say, no, you just need more time.
Hmm.
It's not going to be a good look for you because you just get yourself deeper. Like put the shovel down, stop digging. You know what I mean? Crawl out the hole. Don't go down deeper.
Right.
You know?
And that confuses me too, especially with her starting her worthy up business
Hmm.
because you haven't worthied up in your own life. So
Right.
how are you going to try to
Worthy up
navigate
other people.
or to other people the same thing? That's why I said she's delusional. Um, but I've never been in a cult, so I can't or that type of religion. I'll say softly, the polygamy propaganda, as you call it. I've never
Right.
lived in that lifestyle, so I can only make my judgments and opinions based off what I see. And with that, I would hate to be in that type of situation for 30 something years. Like, there's just no way. I think after the catfishing incident, she was so somebody says I wonder if she has Stockholm syndrome. Mary was in such a vulnerable position because she really wanted to show I'm still here. I'm still with the family. Cody, I made a mistake. I didn't want that person. I was never gonna leave. When what we all saw, she already had one foot out the door. She bags was packed. If the
Mm,
catfisher probably would have never show and proved that it was a woman behind those pictures, Mary would have been gone, and we
right.
probably wouldn't have gotten 19 seasons out of the show for sure. But part of that vulnerability, I think Robin and Cody both played on it because we've seen Robin just hang on with me, Mary, just and she's probably the little birdie on Mary's shoulder in the background. Well, he does love you. He does say this, and he does. We've seen it, and sad to say, she played right into the fool category with them because she held on. And she stayed and she invested, like you said, way more time and money than she probably should have to get nothing out of it other than
Right.
what? Her namesake? The show?
Right.
I mean, it's sad overall. Moving on, I laughed because one part when Christine's little segment, uh, I was like, she invited Maddie and Janelle, but poor Savannah again got left out. Like Savannah didn't get invited to the dress fitting, but who knows? I know
Right.
Savannah was freshly in college. She might have been invited and just didn't show up. Who knows? But that was my little note and tidbit, just being a little smart ass for the night. Regarding Robin and her girls, yeah. One thing Robin had said is that it's her job to make sure, or she's claiming that her children have to have a relationship with God. And
Hmm.
what I wrote down, my question is, if that's how she truly felt, she would have had them in some type of church or some type of something throughout this whole time, because we stopped seeing them doing church services when they still lived in Vegas, well before they even transitioned to Flagstaff.
Right.
And I
Right.
mean, anybody who calls themselves spiritual, religious, believing in a higher power, if they needed that type of community and wanted that type of covering for their children, there's many churches that have online. The church I attend, we go half the time online because, like now, I'm sick. I'm not driving halfway across town to go sit for 3 hours in a service. So there are churches where even if they're not in your town or your state, you can still watch because they have things online. And we all know it's for a storyline. Or for those that don't know, I'll say it. It's for a storyline. Robin and
Right.
Cody realistically have no story. They slowly but steady put in these little tidbits with their girls, because last season we saw when they popped up at Mary's house, supposedly Aurora had this little boy that was liking her, and now all of a sudden it's, oh, well, you want to go to church to get girlfriends? No, or I mean, maybe if that's what they like, but at the end of the day, Robin's full of it, and I'm gonna say it just as nice.
There you go. There you go.
Anything to keep on the hook, just to keep the show going, I guess, and again to make her and her kids the perpetual victims, right?
Right. Right.
Excuse me, but those are just my
Mm.
little notes from tonight.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for calling in, Carmel Cuties.
No problem. You have a good evening.
You too. All
All right.
right. Excellent points. Excellent points. Next up, we got Christian Elm. What's going on?
Hey James, can you hear me?
Yes. How are
Hey,
you?
hey everybody, I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing very well.
I think I'm going to be the outlier tonight with the Mary
Okay.
situation. Um, I would argue that Mary and Janelle are actually going about moving on healthier than Christine. And I say that because Mary's investing in herself. She's taking the time to get to know like who she is.
Hmm.
Janelle, she's investing in her grandchildren, her children. She's taking the time to kind of like build up her estate, like she's buying all the land and everything she's like wanting to do. And then Christine is caught up in another man. And I'm sorry,
Right.
guys, if y'all don't like that, but it it's about David. It is. I don't know why people don't see that. Like it's crazy to me. She straight up said that like it doesn't matter what any of my kids have to say. This is what's happening. And I'm like, whoo, okay. All right. Even your minor child. Okay. But yeah, so that's going to make some people mad. And then as far as like the Robin church conversation goes, I don't know do you know where the Pentecostal thing came in at? Did they bring that up specifically, like the Pentecostal churches, or was it just like said in the chat?
I think it was said in the chat. I didn't hear Pentecostal. I didn't hear denomination specifically.
Right.
Um, I think that the only thing that they had talked about with regard to denominations was the fact that the AUB doesn't have a branch or a church or sect in Arizona.
Right.
I think that was the only thing that I noticed. But but I think that's kind of what sparked off the whole conversation about, well, we don't really believe in polygamy anyway, so therefore none of that would really affect us. So,
Gotcha.
I mean, I don't know, I don't really understand their text. So I have a very pedestrian understanding of their religion and their religious you know, doctrine or whatever. So it's not really fair for you to be like, oh, I mean, if they're not going to be a part of the AUB, they might as well just go ahead and join the Latter Day Saints, because I'm not sure how much of a difference. If it's just the polygamy thing that's kind of the catch point, or if there's additional beliefs that maybe one or the other religion has that the other one doesn't. So I don't know.
Yeah, gotcha. So I grew up Pentecostal,
Mm,
apostolic. I'm going to say now, uh, church school and youth groups are the fastest way for fast teenagers to become even faster. And that's
mm,
not my personal experience in that. But y'all know, going to regular high school, y'all know when those Christian kids come in from like the Christian high schools, they're wild. They always are. I know all my little cousins grew up in Pentecostal church, wild. So yeah, they're going to find some boyfriends or some girlfriends or whatever they're into. But
right.
I think Robin's soft launching. Brianna's got a boyfriend, right? This is a
Mm,
soft launch of it. We're about to hear about it. This is a fake conversation. They might have had some sort of conversation like this earlier, months before this, or whenever this was filmed. But I think that they're soft launching this. And if it is Pentecostal, they're gonna have a rude awakening. Them ears pierced, them gonna have to come out. That makeup, you can wear face powder. That's about it. You got to tie that
wow.
hair up. None of this scrunching and primping and crimping and all this nonsense. And jeans is a big no-no. Low cut tops, anything arms wise, like shirts above the elbows, like rude awakening. So choose wisely, I guess. But um, so the thing with like Mary, I see like in the comments and stuff. So do you think that? I think it's kind of weird that we've never really seen Christine and Janelle and Robin have like friends on the show. Like I can't remember one, honestly, from all three of them. Yet Mary's always got some person she's met, she's friendly with and stuff. So I don't know. I think it's just weird that like Christine and Janelle's like clinging to each other still. And I get, raising kids together and being in that whole situation and stuff, but like, are they not looking for friends? Are they not investing in themselves in that way? Like, I don't know.
Well,
Mary seems very friendly.
because Christine had a group of friends when she first got her divorce, and she first got her separation. She's like, "I'm divorced," and she had a divorce party. She
That's
had
right.
friends
That's right.
there, but yeah, I don't know whether it's a reality show thing, because there's a show, like I said, I watched that Love After Lockup stuff,
That's my
and
show.
yeah, the the forbidden fruit, the that sinful pleasure. But it's one of those, like, I don't know if you remember. There's a Zorula and Troy. There's a couple on there, and apparently they're trying to film now where they're going to have a party or whatever. They want to have like a bachelor party or bachelorette, girls' night out party. That's what it is, girls' night out party for young lady Zorula. And she put out a Facebook post asking for people to be her friend for the filming of the show, for the going
Oh,
out party.
right.
So, I mean, I am aware that for some of the reality shows, they will bring people in who appear well on camera. And that's what I was saying about Mary. And I don't want to come off too creepy, but it's like a lot of the people that she's hanging out with now are kind of milf. Like, these are women who are moderately attractive, and they look decent on screen. Like, they look like production plans to me.
Okay,
Like,
gotcha.
you know what I mean? Because they just look like the conversations they were having and the way that they kind of interact with each other. I didn't really get the feeling that these are like long, deep friendships that she had with people, and she's trying to have these kind of conversations. But it just, like the one young lady they had, the blonde haired woman who was sitting next to Mary, she seemed a little too polished with her questions for it to just be something that just kind of popped up during a
Yeah.
lunch dinner.
Was it the
You know what
one
I
where they were
mean?
like in the house and the dogs were walking around and stuff? That
Yeah,
one?
that one too. Yeah,
Yeah,
her as
she was
well.
kind of weird. I agree. She was kind of weird. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. They all have all four of them, all four of the Cody's, well, his wife and ex-wives, they all have very different personalities, like very different. Um,
Mhm.
but they still kind of share some of the same qualities. Um, and I don't know. Although I will say, like, what's her name? What's Robin's littlest girl's name?
Oh, Ariella.
Ariella. Ariella is all the birth control Brianna and Aurora need. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, them girls is not looking to have no children. I promise.
Yeah.
They're trying to get out of that house.
Well, when you have younger siblings, especially like between the age disparity, like they have a huge age gap between the two. So it could be. I mean, I think to be honest with you, I think that's also part of the reason why some of the older kids, even in the Brown family, don't have children right now. Like
Yeah.
Logan doesn't have kids. Um, Aspen, a few of them just don't have children because they were. I think that they were kind of tasked with taking care of kids when they were younger. That parentification when they were younger, so they just like to hell with it. Like I'm done with kids. I've been there, done that. I don't want to do it now. I want to enjoy my time now, and so I can see it.
Yeah, so I grew up in a really big family. Not We're not polygamous, none of that weird stuff, but like my grandma has over 120 grandchildren. She had 10 kids. And so, like, I grew up like everybody around all the time, right? And I didn't have my first child until I was 32. And
Mm,
because of raising, babysitting constantly, uh, just two babies hanging off of you, other slew of kids running behind you, like you just get sick of them. And when you get to be that age, you want to go out and live your life. You want to be free. So, yeah, I think that Robin's youngest is the birth control that Brianna and Aurora need. But I think they're trying to find storylines with Robin's kids to make Cody and Robin's life interesting because they're boring as hell. Like every time she comes on the screen, I have to like force myself to not try to like pause and then fast forward it through because she is so boring. Like, what does he
right.
find interesting with her? She barely talks. When she does, she talks in circles. She has a horrible look on her face. Like, she's so boring. Like, why is she on a TV show? I don't get it.
Yeah. So he thinks she's interesting. She's the bee's knees. I saw. It's funny you say that because I did see a what do you call it? The thing that Cody shoots. The not a cricket, whatever the hell it is. Like that little short he does, and
Oh,
uh, I forget the name of it.
which he shoots?
Yeah, he does like these little personal messages,
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
cameos,
Yeah.
cameos.
Cameo, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
they did a cameo, and apparently somebody wrote in and was like, I really appreciate, I enjoy the relationship that you have with Robin, and you guys are my heroes or whatever. And he waited till Robin was home, and he was like, "Yeah, here's my wife." And Robin gets on the screen, and she's like, I like to talk and say thank you very much, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm super shy, and I'm like, what the shit? Like most people who are shy don't come out and tell you that they're shy. I mean, you can tell that they're shy just by the way they act. Usually, somebody is standing next to them, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry for my friend. They're shy." Like most shy people don't describe themselves
She's
as shy.
not shy. If you go back and
No,
you watch her from the first few seasons, she does not shut up on the couch. It is like night and day from then to what she is now. What happened is she got tore up by the public because she was brazen, and now
right,
she don't want to let anything out there because she's afraid of what people might write or what they might say about her. But she should have known coming into that as younger than him and him being with them for 20 something years. Just weird. I don't know. She rightly gets what she deserves when it comes to the hate with her because she's manipulative. That woman, like, I really can't stand her. I can't stand to hear her
right.
talk, see her face, anything, because she just always looks like it's some calculated mess going on in her brain. Like every time she talks, you can tell she's trying to think about what she's going to say before she says it. There's no more. Remember how she used to have like the outbursts on the couch and she'd talk about, oh, well, being a polygamist, this, and being in a polygamy family and this, that, and the other, and just throwing opinions out there. She doesn't do that anymore. She's very calculated.
Right. Yeah,
But
she's not to be underestimated. Like,
But I will say, I feel really bad though. My last little bit here, what Carmel was saying before me about Savannah. Savannah, like, yes, truly is still the minor when it comes to like the OG3's children, right? But Savannah is the forgotten child. She's so quiet. You never even see her, like when they put pictures out of them spotting Cody out with Isabel and Truly having lunch or whatever. You never see her in any of those. She's not really asked to do much. Her brother's passed away, and she's probably the one that's kind of just like at the back, just taking it all in. And she truly has been the forgotten child, and it's really sad.
Right. Well, I'm hoping that Savannah's just busy, because we also have to keep in mind that she's a teenager, and she might look at it like, do I want to shoot sister wives for free, or do I want to hang out with my friends? You know what I mean? Because the kids don't get paid. So do I want to sit around all day and shoot sister wives, or do I want to go hang out with my buddies? I'm hoping that that's what it is. Like, she's just hanging out with her friends, living life.
I hope so too. But she's just so quiet, and she always like seems when somebody's like, there was that one episode where I think Christine was over at, was it Garrison's new house? When they were all going to roommate together and stuff, the kids.
Right.
She was talking to Savannah in the kitchen, and Savannah was just kind of like, she couldn't lean any further into the counter away from the camera. I was just like, y'all leave this girl alone. She does not want to have this conversation.
Yeah. She just might not be like want to play on TV. Because like the sad part about it is, especially with the well, I would say the sad part, but the reality of it is that when you have these type of reality shows, the kids a lot of times get pulled into these scenarios, and I couldn't imagine being God bless them, because I couldn't imagine being in high school and then having my parents full out arguing about something. And then I go to school the next day, and everybody in the school knows about what's going on in my house.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, that's just a rough situation for everybody involved. That's why I'm not really a big fan of.
I think too, though. Think about that though, and then think about like Brianna and Aurora and Dayton. Like, do you think that they ever got sleepovers at their house? Do you think that they ever got friends to come over? Cody and Robin were probably just like, no, can't come over. We can't do this because we're in the public eye. This, that, and the other. So I really do wonder if those girls are really just trying to find some friends. They might honestly just be looking for a youth group to find friends, because I don't think that they get to do that much. I think like Cody and Robin so worried. I think especially Robin is so worried that like somebody's going to see them in a bad light in public, and then it's going to reflect poorly on Cody and Robin. And, so I really do wonder what kind of lives Robin's 3 older kids have.
Right.
You never see them anywhere. With this day and age with TikTok and everything, you would think somebody somewhere, out at a froyo shop or some mess, whatever they have over there in Arizona and Flagstaff, that sees them, but you don't see any of that.
Right.
So I really wonder, like, it's just really weird.
Yeah. Well, the life of reality stuff.
Yep.
Not for the meek.
I don't have anything else. I don't know. I'll probably be on your live tomorrow listening in, but if I don't talk to y'all or anything, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, everybody. Good night. I'll not keep you any longer.
Merry Christmas. Appreciate that. You have a great holiday. If I don't talk to you tomorrow or sooner, take it easy.
All right, y'all. Have a good night.
Have a good night. All right, guys. We are ripping through. Let me give a quick shout out to Fitzy, $49.99 super chat, a super sticker. Thank you so much, Fitzy. Appreciate you. I'm loving the sticker. I'm seeing it on my other screen. Let me give you a little something, Fitzy. Thank you so much, Fitzy. Appreciate it. All right, next up, guys, we have coming to the stage, Chrissy. Oh, Chrissy, where you at? There you are. Hey, Chrissy, what's going on?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. How are
Hi, how are
you? Nice
you?
to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I guess I'll try and pick on some points I guess people haven't spoken of. First of all, did anybody catch Truly at the cake testing?
Yes,
Cause she was very comfortable when she was like, but what about if it was your boobs?
right, right. You're getting nasty because McKelty took her down the road and she went down screaming. Yeah,
But to be fair, McCarthy's always went down the road. Like
yeah.
she's
She's always trying
infamous
to
for
say something
always
shy.
saying something. Um, with Christine, I agree with she's moving a bit fast, but she's also at the age where she kind of knows already what she wants, and David's at that age too. So it's really just a
Mm,
shock for the family. That's
right,
how I
right.
just feel. Like it's just more shock for them. But I do like how Truly is finally, I guess, getting more comfortable with them. um, Janelle, there was something that she said. I feel like Janelle doesn't celebrate herself enough. Like Janelle is an amazing person, and she was saying like even if she was to date and maybe get married again, she still wouldn't get a dress. She said something like she'd get married on a mountain in jeans. I just hope if she is on a mountain in jeans, those are the most expensive like diamond encrusted jeans. Like be fabulous with it.
Right, right. So you live your life, right?
Uh-huh. Cause even though she had that green dress, I don't know if I was looking at that picture, she was snatched in that dress. That dress was fitting her nice.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, it's weird how much she looks like because I always make that comparison. It's not off-putting, but it's crazy how much she actually looks like Madison or how much Madison looks like her when she
Yes,
was younger. You know what I
that's her
mean?
twin.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy how much they look alike. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's almost disturbing. Like, wow, what the shit? Somebody that got a hot tub time machine.
It's kind of like I don't know how it is where you're from, but over here we have like dark jokes and dark humor, and some of us sometimes will see a kid and we're like, yeah, one parent did all the work that night. Seems like Janelle did all the work that
Right.
night.
Made a little mad. He broke a little part of herself off and just put it in water. Yes.
Yes. Um, with Robin, um, they were showing a few pictures of her when she was younger, and you see like a baby picture and a picture that looks like it could have been like from the 70s because my mom has kind of the same picture. But
Mm,
then there was a picture that came up where she was a little older. She was in like this white dress with flowers. And I don't know, I make quick comparisons. And for some reason, that took me straight to the Netflix documentary Keep Sweet and Pray.
wow. Okay.
And I don't know, like there was something about it that resembled that type of lifestyle in polygamous. And now I have
Right.
questions like, how deep were you in it? Because she kept saying, especially in tonight's episode, she said it like twice or three times, like she was born into this. So were you born into the one where Cody came from, or did you come from a different sect?
Well, actually, she she wasn't born into it.
Mm-hmm.
Her mom and her dad, her mom and her natural father were monogamous, and then they divorced, and that's when her mom married her stepfather, who is
Okay.
the person who Sullivan. I think his last name was Sullivan,
Yeah.
and that's when she had that. Like, cause remember they were like, "Oh, you had like 4, 5 names, and crediting everybody's name. Like, what's going on?" When she was trying to buy the house.
Yes, yes. But yeah, that I found a little funny. I was like, wow, that looks really weird and similar to this. And I feel like the talk with her girls, I feel
Mm,
like that was staged. Um One of the commenters said that she probably is already dating and this is a segue into that. And I feel like she probably is at this age. They go to school, they do get out of the house at some point. I don't think they get out of the house with friends much, so I really think that church is their only way out.
right. Yeah.
And that's a little sad that your only way out is church.
What's the acceptable loss of the church? Like you get to
Hmm.
say, "I'm going to church, mom," and this is what I'm doing. It's okay because I'm in church. It's okay because I'm dating a church boy. It's fine. You know what I mean? It's a false. What it is a false sense of security. Because I 100% agree with what was said earlier about some religious folks. I went to Catholic school, and I'm gonna tell you now. Like we studied the Bible in Catholic school, but that you still, it's not like you go into Catholic school or because you're in a parochial school or private school, all of a sudden they have like a hormone removal tool that they apply to all the students. Like you still feel everything. It's just that in some cases you just have a whole bunch of guilt about it.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Mary, I feel like at some point she's gonna fully let go, but it's a real slow process for her. But
Hmm.
I feel like it's even harder for her because sh- Christina and Janelle, while they left, they still left into their own groups because out of everybody, they have the majority of the kids. They're like six apiece.
Right.
So
Right.
they have each other, but even then, even if they didn't have each other, Christine has her group of kids and Janelle has her group of kids. Mary went from a family of 1,000 to now having Jen. Cause I follow Mary and I do follow Leon.
Mm,
And even though Leon doesn't post too much, you barely see anything from them when it comes to Mary. And Mary, she barely posts anything about being with them either. I don't know if it's more of them being private. I'm pretty sure they speak on the phone and stuff, but they're not always together. Like Christine is always with her kids, and like Janelle is always with her kids.
right.
So I feel like it's hard. Like in the beginning, you saw Mary, the kids were small enough that she was making pajamas for everybody during Christmas. She was so involved. And she goes from all of that to now she really lost the most in my eyes.
Right.
Cause
Right.
Cody has his trophy wife and whatever staged life he's living with them.
Hmm. Well, because I mean, I think that that's part of the problem too. Is that at the end of the day, Cody is in a Cody's in a weird situation too because he loves Chris. Like even now, he's conflicted because on one hand he'll say, "I never showed any favoritism to any of my wives. I loved them all the same, and I spent equal time with them." But then at the next moment, he'll say, "Oh, I had a deep connection with Robin, and Robin was always the one, and Robin is my soulmate." Like so, Robin is your soulmate. Robin is the one you felt the most connected to. Robin was the one you wanted to spend time with, but you loved everybody the same. Like you can't have it both ways. And it
Mm-hmm.
really depends on who he's talking to, what he's talking about. And this is the weird part about it. They try to self-edit the show to where they try to say the thing that they think will be the most right at the right moment, as opposed to them just saying, "This is what I think, this is what I feel, this is what was going on." They say, "Well, in this particular instance, because I want to try to build Robin up, me and Robin have this deep connection. But then in this other instance, I don't want to play up my relationship with Robin because I'm being criticized for how much time I'm spending with her. So I want to play down that relationship." So
Mm-hmm.
it just that's where it becomes a point where it just becomes non-genuine. It's not genuine anymore.
I did also catch in one of the previews for the next episode how Robin and Cody are out to dinner and they start talking about, I guess, how they first met. And it was like, yeah, we locked eyes. And Robin's like, yeah. And it was like lightning struck or something cheesy like that. And I'm just like, oh, great. We're going to start the next episode like this.
Right.
I feel like, yes, there might have been, fireworks and stuff, but I feel like there's gonna be something so staged about that as well. Like they're trying too
Right.
hard. They're trying too hard to be liked because they see that after Christine and Janelle left, and even Mary, they have like their own natural fans and people that follow them and love them. And it's the majority of the people that were watching the show. And then Cody and Robin sit back and they're like, oh, we don't really have fans like that.
Right.
We have
Right.
to be like two.
Well, because the problem that they've always had is that throughout most of the sister wife runtime, they've always been at the bottom of the likability rating. So, like, Christine and Janelle have always, kind of bounced between 1 and 2. Mary was always in the middle, and then Robin and Cody would bounce between 4 and 5.
Yes.
So they were never in a situation where they were like number 1 and 2, and they want to desperately be in that situation. Like I get it. Like who wants to be the most hated person on anything?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to go to be the most hated person at work. You know what I mean? So I get it. Like you don't want to be that person, but that's where they are. That's what it is. So
That's true. I also like one last point.
mhm.
Christine at the cake testing, cause again with this boob cake, she's like, don't give me any other reasons to be jealous. I spent many years being jealous. Like, girl, your truth is coming out little by little every time. But in the beginning, she was never jealous, and this was the life she wanted.
Right, right,
Like, it's so funny,
right.
but little by little, it's unraveling. I hope that her relationship is as true as it looks because it does look like they love each other and that they're actually happy from when I see their social media today.
Mhm.
So I hope it's a real thing and she does stay with him forever. I hope Janelle finds somebody. And if not,
Right.
she becomes the biggest businesswoman possible because her her and Maddie, they're already doing big things with Tater Farms.
Yeah, yeah, they're doing well. They're doing well.
Mm-hmm. And Mary, I just wish her well, and I hope somebody finds her and loves her because she needs to desperately just officially move on. As much as she says she's moved on, she needs to officially just let it go.
Right.
But yeah, thank you. I'm
No
glad you're
worries.
feeling better. I know you were
Yeah.
feeling down, but I'm glad you're feeling better. Nice talking to you. Have a
All
good
right.
night.
Thanks. You as well. Take it easy.
All right.
Stay out of trouble.
I will. Bye.
All right. So next up, guys, we have a new person to the show, Mr. Bert Page. What's going on, Bert? How you doing?
I'm good, thanks, James. Yourself?
Doing very well, smiling, but probably more than I deserve.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Um, just a couple of things that I've noticed about Cody.
Okay.
He has got absolutely no idea on reality at all. He lives in a completely different planet. He should remember that karma holds a mirror to a
Right.
narcissist's illusion.
Right. I like that.
Um, when God gave out brains, he thought they said trains, and he missed the boat completely.
Right.
He's,
That'll catch the next one.
and correct me if I'm wrong, he said at some point in time that his biggest fear in life is being poor. Is that right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he said that I'm not afraid of nothing. My only fear is poverty.
Well,
Only thing I fear is poverty. Yeah.
I got news for him. He is morally bankrupt.
Right. You know what? And that's a good point, because one of the things that's kind of missed in the conversation that they have typically on the show is that there first and foremost, there's more to life than money. And second, the there are more measurements to wealth than your monetary bank account. So what you have in your bank account, there are rich men who are walking around and don't have a nickel to their name, and there are impoverished broke men who are walking around and they have all the money in the world. They just don't have access to love, companionship, compassion, or anything of a human resource. So
He's got he had 4 wives at one time. He's
yeah,
got God knows how many kids. Has he got grandkids as well?
he has 18 kids. He has, I think, with three, four. So he has about 6 or 7 grandkids, I think, at this point.
And
So
his biggest fear is poverty. What an absolute schmuck.
and he, and he has
Do you know?
three
Do you know
kids,
what my?
2 kids under 18, 3 kids under 18.
Do you know what my biggest fear is?
What?
Losing my wife.
No, yeah,
Some of you have seen my wife on here, Michelle Page.
okay, okay,
Just want to thank everyone briefly for all the love and messages that you've sent her. They are very much appreciated, both by her and myself.
yeah, yeah. Well, she did that thing, man. You should be very proud. She did it.
I'm going to leave you now because there's obviously going to be lots more. It's 8 o'clock, 10 past 8 here in the UK. So God knows what time it is over
Yeah, it's crazy,
in
man. I
America.
try not to look at the time, but
But can I just wish everyone a very happy, safe, prosperous, and joyful festive season, whether they celebrate Christmas or they don't, or they celebrate whatever faith that they represent. Peace to you all.
oh wow, thank you so much for calling in, Brent. I appreciate you. Give your wife a hug. You guys are doing it. So you got the best, hands down. You guys have the best Christmas gift, hands down. So I'm very excited for. Like I said to Michelle earlier, I wanted to ask her about it, but I didn't want to put her on the spot and ask her about it. But I'm so happy and so relieved that things worked out the way they did for her. I'm ecstatic. I'm over the moon about that. So
Thank you.
brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much for calling in, mate. I appreciate you. You have a good night or good morning. What did you said? It's 8:30 in the night, right?
Morning.
Morning. Okay. You have a fantastic day there, brother.
You take care.
All right, man. Have a good one. Awesomeness. Awesomeness. Bert calling in from across the pond. We got to give him a little shout out. Job well done, Bert. Negla, you dropped out. Okay. She's back. Negla, what's going on? Negla? Hello. Negla, you up?
I'm here. Hold on. I'm here, James. Just give me a second. I
Okay.
apologize. Hold on. Okay. Is the echo gone?
No, you're good. You're good.
Every time I go back and forth, you know what? I really got to start doing this stuff on my computer, but you be having me up so late. I don't feel like...
I know. I'm so sorry.
No, but this
I'll
is
be going
good
crazy.
stuff. This is good stuff. And look, I done missed like half my notes because I was trying to type them. And anyway, it's a whole long story. First of all, to Miss Michelle and her husband. Oh my God, look, you can't
Yeah.
beat that Christmas present. F cancer. And you know
Yeah,
what? I
right.
remember I asked you about her, what, 2 weeks ago? I want to say it was 2 weeks
Yes.
ago
Yeah.
because I missed last week, but I asked you about her. I was like, where is my friend? Second, yes, I did peep you on IQ, and you were, as always, my big reality TV brother. You did us good. Okay.
Right. I was trying to represent. She's fun.
Look,
I like her.
you repped it fine. Hold on, there was another real quick thing. Oh, to my sister, the one who's she was talking about her, personal, life and things like that. This is the one thing. So, okay, I'm white. Oh shit, I'm white. Shoot, I'm
And I
black.
got
My husband, you know what I mean. All right, so what my husband one day, and I don't know why, I was sitting on the floor and he was sitting somewhere and he was looking at me. He kept staring at me. I was like, what do you want? And he was like, you know what, babe? And this was early in our relationship, so I had time to stop it. But he said, you know what? I'm just looking at you, and you're the most beautiful black woman I've ever seen. And I, like, my brain, okay, yeah, exactly. But the thing is, if you know my husband, you would understand how that could come from his brain. And it
right.
wasn't his heart. It was it was his heart, but it was, you know what I mean? It didn't,
Right.
it just didn't come out the way that it was intended. So you know what, sis? You know
There's
what? You
always
do you.
something.
When you find that man, you're gonna know. God is going
Right.
to show you. And so, look, Proverbs 3:6, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, lean not to thine own understanding. In all thy ways
Right.
acknowledge him, he will direct that path. Anyway, not trying to get too religious. And then, the other thing, well, hold on, but I still got my list of points. You already know I made a list. But with Mama Betty and the gift bag she's doing, I was homeless after living in the house I was born in for 40 years, 40 plus
Okay.
years. Through no fault of my own, but I was homeless. Little things that anybody can do. Like she's doing it in where she lives. She lives in Mississippi and I think West Virginia. Okay, she's doing
Right.
it where
Well,
she lives. Look, we can do a my take, just love bomb, and not just during the holidays, but like legit. I do this here in Columbus, Ohio. That's where I live. I do this in Columbus, Ohio. I will every like maybe 3 months or so. I'll go on Amazon.com. You can get 100 sets of headphones for $30. And I just hand them out to people. When I was homeless, sometimes I just wanted to listen to music at night or something simple or whatever. Don't judge people by the state that they're in, because you don't know, because miss a paycheck, get hit by a bus, maybe be diagnosed with a terminal illness, or not even a terminal illness, but an illness that you can't afford to take care of or what have you. And boom, you're right there. You know what I mean? You done switch seats. So you understand what I'm saying? So just do, you know what I mean? Do
I
a
agree.
kind deed. I didn't mean, anyway, that's way off topic. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna pull up my notes. But I just wanted to throw that out.
Oh, got a little pause. Well, I guess while Negla's coming back, I'll give a quick shout out. Like I said before
Hold
with
on, did it
regard,
pause?
yeah,
Did it
it
pause?
stopped on you. No, you
Oh
go ahead.
shoot! So I can't read my notes and talk to you. Dag nabbit. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay, first of all, last episode. See, okay, so they bought the McMansion, right?
Right.
But they still no. This was last episode. Why do y'all have 2 dining room tables? Don't nobody like you. So it's not like 30 and 40 people are coming to your house for dinner. So y'all don't need 2 dining room tables full of S that y'all got to dust off and clean. And it's not like the kids have to do it. No, we'll hire a nanny or a housekeeper. Anyway, that was an observation. Hold on, I gotta click off. Robert has infantilized her children. She really has. She's taught them to be so dependent. And actually, I don't even have to click over for this. This is going to be one of my later points. But I remember when my son, he was 4, and it was like, I think it was June or July, and he was about to start preschool, and or whatever, I don't know, whatever age that was, whatever. And my children, I teach them the proper names of their body parts, because if you're old enough to ask me, you're old enough to know in an age appropriate way. So when you come
Right.
to me, mommy, what is this? This is your, penis. Or, you know what I mean? Well, but mommy, you
Right.
don't have a penis. Well, no, because I have a, and then when you get into the other, conversation, if you're old enough to ask me, I'm old enough to tell, or you know what I mean? I'm going to be
Right.
ready to tell you. So one day, my these two women, they're sisters at my church, and they had a babysitting or daycare or whatever. And so I trusted them with my kid and this, that, and other. And then one day they called me at work and they were like, "Oh, you know what? Oh my gosh, Negla, you know what? Something just happened and it was an incident and we need to talk to you because we're just concerned about it and this, that, and other." And I'm like, okay, do I need to come home? I mean, like, do I need to go to Children's Hospital? What's going on? And they're like, no, but we just need to talk to you before you actually come pick him up. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
and I'm just like, okay, well, okay, fine. So, I can't work the rest of the day. So I'm just like, okay, bye, boss, deuces. I go pick up my son. They're like, well,
Right.
he was playing football with another little kid, and the football hit him in the crotch. And he said, auntie, well, because that's how close we were. He said, auntie, such and such hit my penis. And I said, okay. I mean, I'm like, can I have grandkids? Like, that's my
Mhm.
first question. I'm like, you know what I mean? Is it broken?
Right.
Is it bleeding? What's going on? And they're like, no. We didn't know he knew that word. What word? So you understand where I'm going with this.
Right.
My thing is, my child is not going to come to me and say, well, you know what? And please, I'm not using, I am going to use you for an example, but I never, would say that. But, Uncle James hit my, my wee wee
Right.
or my who's it or my whatever.
Right.
Excuse you, what? Uncle James tried to put his, the what? Your ear? No, my
Right.
who's. I'm not going to do that. So that's where I think that, um, that's just me as a parent. And I had that, it wasn't a conversation, but when my children were old enough to ask me what it was, I gave them the biological names as opposed to giving them the little poo-poo names. And
Right.
that's just me. I just, my parents didn't do it to me and I'm not doing it to them. But hold on. Oh, give me 1 second. Hold on. um Robert, she's still I keep telling people the reason why she um or why they keep courting Mary and they keep being nice to Mary. Robert wants to be Queen Bee, and Lord Fauntleroy wants to have somebody that he can just step on as his peasant. That's why they
Mhm.
keep courting Mary. And the nicer they are to Mary, the more that they're, whatever. And it's giving, and the bad thing is that it's giving her mixed signals. I'm glad she's standing up. When I saw her at that table, I was finally like, well, yes, thank God. She was asking for the appraisal and things like that. Anyway, that was last episode. Hold on. Okay. Oh, what was it? Oh, the last thing I wanted to leave you with is that I know they were talking about like going back. Okay, with going back in time, like how you wish you could go back to a moment in time, this, that, and
Mhm.
whatever wouldn't have happened or what have you. I did that for actually almost a year. No, a year and a half until. So what happened was I was pregnant with my daughter and I found her father dead. Or I'm sorry,
Wow.
unalive. Well, he wasn't unalive, but he was, passed away.
Right.
And so I gave birth to our daughter, and then that same year I got pregnant. Anyway, don't ask. Anyway, either way, I got pregnant, and I
Mhm.
gave birth to another beautiful little boy because I have 2 boys and 1 girl. And during the entire time I was pregnant with that little boy, I kept saying, I wish I could go back to when the morning before I found Vernon, and change time. I wish I could change time,
Right.
and change the whatever, the progression. And then I was speaking to one of my aunts, who actually in incidentally, she's Negla too. I was talking to my auntie, and she said, Negla, she said, you're celebrating this new baby. She said, think of it this way. If Vernon hadn't passed, you wouldn't have this new baby.
Mm-hmm.
You can't mess up the man upstairs timeline.
Right.
Even if you try to interfere, he's still gonna do his timeline. You know what I mean? His timeline is still gonna proceed. So that's you had touched on it very briefly, and I'm not trying to get too deep. Look, I don't mess with nobody's religion. What you believe is what you believe. Me personally, I don't believe. Yes, I was missionary Baptist. You know what I mean? I was born and raised, but I don't like. Okay, well, you know what? If I don't go to church this Sunday, am I going to hell? But I'm still a good person, and I still, I haven't killed nobody. I haven't, done any other crimes. I don't want to get to mentioning crimes. I don't want you to get you demonetized. But, but you understand what I'm saying. I haven't committed any crimes. So why? What again is it about me that I can't get into heaven?
Right.
But what Charlie Manson? In his dying bed, he asked for forgiveness. That it don't work that way. I don't think it works that way. Not the God that I serve. And yes, I did graduate. Actually, I graduated from a Catholic college, which growing up Baptist, it was a hard. They were like, "You need a Bible for class," and I was like, "I have a Bible." They were like, "No. With the Apocrypha and everything and transubstantiation." I still can't explain that. Anyway. I'm not making fun of anyone's religion, and I respect it, but either way, that whole talk and scene was set up. We all know that, and you know what? Only thing I can do is pray that. My hopes are not high for her children. I'm just telling you, my hopes as far as common sense. I'm just talking about common sense. I'm not talking about book sense. I'm talking about common sense. They're just not high.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's because I don't want to be that dude, and I'm really trying not to be that dude. But when I see them,
The signs are there.
and I recognize like guys that I knew when I was about their age, they would have went after them. Like
Look,
they would have went after because they just come off like. You just if you're the less you know, the more vulnerable you are, and the easier it is for people to deceive you, especially if you have low information or you have misinformation. You're not helping them. Like you're really not helping them, and they're actually easier to kind of pull into a lot of foolishness, especially if they're walking into relationships with a very fanciful view of relationships, love, and romance. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I saw you across the room. That book, well, I'm not done. But that stuff that Cody had said like in next week's episode. Oh, when I saw you, it's like a lightning bolt struck me in the heart, and all of a sudden I knew that it was gonna be you, and
sorry.
then like that kind of stuff. If you're
There's a
looking
finger I
for
want to
that,
stick up. I'm not sticking that finger up, but it's a different one.
right.
You feel me? Okay.
Yeah, I got you. Number one, but
You feel me?
if that's what you're looking for, when somebody comes to you and that's what you've always heard about your mom's relationship with her husband, when somebody comes to you and they say something along those lines or similar, especially because you're on TV and they're familiar with that thing, which is something that they can use in a conversation, they'll come up to you and say everything that your mom has said about your dad about you. And then you'll find yourself in a situation with somebody who you don't want to be in a situation with. So like I said, I don't want to be that.
And
Oh, they're
well,
gonna
and
be
this
in trouble, but they in trouble.
Well,
Like,
and the
ouch.
sad part is that there's no safety net for them. And they don't have, you know how, this is like an old school down south. I know Mama Betty knows, but it's an old school down south saying you got book smarts, but you ain't got no damn street smarts, none,
Right.
none. And
Right.
that's what her kids have. You
Mm.
know, they just none because they've been helicoptered around all of their life, and then the other the youngest three are gonna, or was it two or three? I can't remember. No, she's got three, and then the youngest two. They're gonna grow up just like that too, because they're
Mm.
gonna think that this is normal, and you
Right.
know, and the difference between her kids and let's say Christine Janelle and even Mary's child, the difference is that they were at least aware that there were options, and they were actually raised by people who had, I gotta say, I mean, just common sense. Robert was trained to live off her good looks.
Mm.
Lord Fauntleroy was trained to get all you can and keep it for yourself, and then dole it out, like, and that's why I call him Lord Fauntleroy. He's the Lord sitting on top of the mountain, the Cootie Pass, and
Mm.
you know, and just doling it out like he wants to, or when he wants to. But then what he didn't expect was first Christine was going to be like, hold up, that's not working. And now Janelle, even though Janelle won't officially divorce him, she's still asking questions. Mary's already done divorced your butt. She
Mm.
already divorced you legally. Now she's divorced you through the church, which you don't acknowledge, but you still want to have. I just, there is no show unless it's the three wives. Lord Fauntleroy and Robert can go kick rocks.
Mm.
We don't need them for the show because their scenes are fake. We know that they're fake. They're not substantial. We know that it's not real emotion. We know that it's being recreated or staged or stuff like that. The only real scene that I believe with them was when that baby hit that truck or almost hit that truck, and he was
Yeah.
about to, that
No,
baby
she
would have
hit the
been
truck.
unalive.
Yeah, she hit the truck, and like I said, the look he had, I was concerned.
Thank
Like
God
he
for the
was like he was
cameras.
ready to fire ass up. Yeah.
Thank God
I
for
was
the
like,
cameras.
oh, like you
Them
just hit my
cameras saved
truck,
that baby's life. Yeah, yes, yes.
and
So
he had
so
wonder too. That was awesome.
yeah. So
Don't hit the
I mean,
truck.
no, don't hit, and he, I like literally, you know how like laser beams were shooting, you know what I mean? Remember the old Transformers commercial, or not Transformers,
Yeah.
not, but you know, like the old 80s cartoons, like you see lasers. That's what it was. That
Yeah.
you saw that from him, and but it was like that's a baby, you know, and she was so, anyway. Let me hush. Anyway, let me let you go, James. I'm glad you're feeling better. I am so glad
Yeah.
that my sister Michelle's feeling better. I am so blessed that my mama Betty is, you know, blessing others, you know, and not just on Christmas. And we know that, but
Mm.
not just on Christmas, but just every, you know what I mean, every day. That's a good thing. I maybe need to skip out on a beer or two each day or each
Depends
week.
on my-
We'll put
yeah.
it this way, each week to but you know what, to bless others, and that's I do that anyway, but you know what I mean, just, you know, a little
Right.
bit more couldn't hurt.
No,
But you know,
absolutely. Absolutely.
yeah. So all right,
Awesome.
dear, well, you take care. I will hear you tomorrow night, and I'll probably hear
Yes.
you on IQ, I hope.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll call back here.
All right, have a
All
blessed
right.
one.
Have a good night, Nego. Take it easy.
You too,
All right.
dear. Bye
All
bye.
right. Bye. All right. We have a couple callers. And just so we're clear too, if you guys are interested in making donations, I know Negla had mentioned like you can do the headphone thing at Amazon. A key thing that working with homeless people, if you want to donate something, if you're looking for something to donate, they can always use certain items like underwear. Socks is a huge thing. So like socks, underwear, undergarments, things of that nature, those types of items, they always need that at shelters and different places. So if you're in the mood or you have some extra money or you're in the you're so desirous to make any donations, I would always suggest that like you can get like a hit the Walmart, get a couple bags of socks or whatever, and just drop them off at a homeless shelter. It'd be a great thing to do, and it'll make you feel good. And it will make a difference. Like that's something that will 100% make a substantive difference in somebody who is underprivileged situation. All right, next up, guys, we have Betty Aldridge coming to the phone. Betty, what's going on, Betty?
Girl,
I hear myself.
I don't know what the
Uh-oh.
hell that is. I don't know why it's
I'm
doing
going to
it.
mute you. I got to mute you for a second.
Um,
Uh,
well, damn, I sound like
hello?
Dr.
Oh, Betty. Betty, you got to turn the. I think you have to use the microphone or the sound from the uh whatever device you're calling in on, and just turn the other like stuff off. I'll try again.
How to do that. But it's the same one I always use. Should I
Oh wait, hold on. Me try. I'm gonna try
go
this.
or anything?
Hello?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's still
Shit.
echoing. Oh yeah,
Damn,
cool.
sound like we're in 3D. Do I need to go out and come back in, you think?
No, that's it. I got you.
Okay, cool. Awesome, mate. Well, Negla's not that far from me, girl. You in Columbus, I'm in Wheeling. You're an hour and a half. You want dinner, you just pop your ass on in. But I had a weird thought. I swear, you know me. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here. I'm sure it's 3:30 where you're at.
Yeah,
I know,
yeah.
baby. I love you. Sorry, my little cuddles. Um, we're talking a lot about the women, but
Mm,
I just counted on my hand because I realized Cody has 10 daughters. 10.
right.
And what it takes to be a father figure, to step up. Like my husband, we only have one daughter and 3 sons. But like for my husband, like to step up and be that father figure and make sure that she knows she's enough. Period.
Mm,
And all my sons, I've tried to teach them you're enough and that you love your same as Alex. Bless her heart. She is enough. She needs to know she is enough by herself, girl. Go out there
mm.
and be yourself, be crazy. Because good Lord knows I got me a flapper dress for New Year's Eve. It's all shiny and sequined. I'm old as hell and I'm going to shake my hoo ha. But
Hmm.
I'm going to have some fun. So, and my husband's a little bit on the fluffy side. He was a 54 when I married him, and now he's a 58, was a 60. You think I'd give two ha-has about that? Nope. And as a matter of fact, I got my biscuits in the fridge chilling, and I got my chocolate bacon ready.
There you go. There you go.
We gonna have a good breakfast. I mean, like I'm trying to make him eat healthy, but it's really hard because I'm from the deep south. if if we can fry it or figure out a way to do it, we gonna do it. Because I just figured out how to do my bacon. Then you batter it, and then you deep fry it. Oh, coated bacon. Nom, 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 nom. Man, you're close to me too, girl. If I'm ever up by Philly again, you never know. I might hit you up and be like, "Here's some dinner."
There you go. There you go.
But I do want to figure out how to bless you, honey, because like I said, I got very fortunate. God blessed me, so I want to bless you. So, but I can't figure out my Cash App. I've tried on this live. I've tried several times. So you are more than welcome to hit me up on my Gmail, so I can figure out how to MoneyGram or Western Union if I gotta.
Okay. Well, I mean, if I have in my description, I have like PayPal and all that. But
I don't have PayPal. I got to do that. But
yeah, if
I mean,
you
I have the Cash App, and I tried it. And I'm like, well, shit, I don't know my password. Oh, pardon my language. I apologize, baby.
no, you're fine. You're fine.
The later it gets, I get. Like I said, I got to get up at 7 and make breakfast. And I know you're tired. But I did want to mention that just that we're really down on the mothers. which mothers
Mm,
absolutely have to set an example. And they need to teach their daughters they are enough and their
right.
sons to be respectful. But like with Cody, it seems like we're giving him a pass, and he's got 10 daughters, and he's not showing up for any of them. Not really. Like even the ones that are talking about going to church. Where the hell was he at in the conversation? And by the way,
Well, he
church
was.
isn't here. Church
Yeah,
is
he was
here.
with the kids. He was with the. Oh, I hear
I
my
missed
phone.
some of it because I was cooking, so I may have missed that.
Yeah, he was with the tenders, taking them to
Oh,
get
good
pizza.
Lord. They're not tenders anymore. Like,
Well,
I'm
top
sorry.
tenders.
It's just ridiculous. Like, poor Saul looks like he's anemic. That boy needs some food. Are they hiding it? It's like, please feed that young man. And I'm being,
He's
that sounds harsh, but I'm like, come on, let's get some meat on them bones. You
he
know,
might
that
be
room where you're
skinny
at, we need to
bones
put some
though,
meat on them bones.
because
No.
he's still young. You
Oh,
as
God, yeah.
crazy as
Oh,
he
look.
is, his metabolism might slow down. He might be big as a house though.
Well, you know what? That is true because I got my youngest he ain't but 5 foot. I think he's 5'5". Muscled as hell, but 5'5", no matter what the hell I did. But I love him. He's my heart. The one that was a little on the fluffy side when he was 2, he grew up to be 6 foot tall. Then I got one, my oldest is only 5'6". Then I got my daughter who's 4 foot nothing. But they're all different. I got 2 fluffy and 2 skinny.
Right.
But I always tell them, like, my daughter's more on the fluffy side. I'm like, girl, you are enough. When you lose weight, you do it for you. You never do it for a man. You don't do it for what the popular opinion is. When you do it for you. Now, I mean, I'm working with my hubby only because he has to have back surgery. So it's killing my ass to make him healthy food because, like, shit. Oh, pardon my language. It's getting late. And I know you need to go to bed, but, I'm doing but I try to get creative. So I'm doing a lot of pecan, chicken, strawberry salads, and I do a really nice mean salmon. Like, but being from the South, I kind of want to deep fry everything. So I'm like, okay,
Right.
no fried food, no fried food, no fried food. But it's really hard. But I did figure out garlic burgers. So I do some garlic burgers with some double cheese. And I figured out how to fry the cheese. I told you we deep fry everything. So I got
Right.
me a beautiful granite pan. Fry that cheese on the bottom. That's my bun. I know I got off topic, and I'm sorry. You can rein my ass in.
That's all
But I
right.
do love you, and I love Michelle. I'm so proud of her. Beating cancer is an amazing thing. I just love her to death.
Yeah, she did
But
it. She did the damn thing. So I'm
but
I'm happy. Ecstatic
I know
about
you're
it.
tired and you're probably ready to go to bed. Like I said, I got to get up at 7:30, which it's 3:30 my time. I'm sure it's about that time for you.
Yeah, it's about
Yeah,
4 hours.
I got to get up and make breakfast. I got my biscuits chilling. You got to put
Okay.
them in the fridge and let them poof overnight. That makes
Right.
them nice and flaky. Put that with some sausage gravy. We're good. Like I said,
There
I'm
you go.
trying. But I love you. But if you could figure out a way, because I can't find my passwords, but if I can't
Mm,
do it, I still would love to send a blessing to you, even if it's you want
okay.
to reach out on my Gmail. Do that.
Yeah. Well, I'll send it to you, and I'll send you my Gmail in the chat,
Okay,
the
because I
private
would,
chat.
like I said, I would love to be able to reach out and bless you a little bit because God blessed me, and we love you, and I really want your channel to succeed, and I want you to be able to get. And with your car going down,
Yeah. Well,
especially in this weather, girl.
I know.
Look,
It's
honey.
such a pain in the ass because I'm one of those guys. Like I criticized Cody because he wasn't really taking care of his car's maintenance or whatever. And so I have cars that are older cars, and I
Been there,
can't
done
get
that one.
away from paying for them. Like I don't want to get a car payment. I'm so damn cheap. So I
That's not
fix the
cheap. That's
cars.
responsible.
Yeah, right. That's what I tell myself. I fix the cars, but it's weird because I can keep fixing them. And so now I'm just kind of caught in that loop where I just keep fixing it and keep fixing it. Where I should just go and buy a new car, but I don't want to because I can fix it. So now
Now
I
look,
just
if you
got
got the smarts to do it, that's awesome. My husband
yeah.
don't know how to do that shit at all. Like when we were dating, and this has been
Hmm.
like when he was 18, the only he had a Ford Fairmont. The only thing he knew how to do was take out spark plugs, and that was his excuse to come to the house. He's cleaning his didn't know didn't know nothing about cars. I'm the one who puts the air in the tires, and I'm the one who fights with mechanics when they try to overcharge because it's like. But like my sister, God bless her, is in a nursing home. So, girl, I bought her car for $800,
Okay.
and it's oh, what the hell do you call that damn? It's just a little hatchback. But I said, somebody else was trying to buy from me. No, 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 that's my extra car
Right.
because she'll never drive again. But
Okay.
like I said, I'm the one, I took it, got the oil change. I've been having mechanics trying to buy it from me. I'm like, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no ham, no spam, because the transmission's good, the heat works, the air works. The only thing wrong with it was the window wouldn't roll up. I'm like, the hell with that. I get my neighbor who's a crackhead, fix it for $20.
Right.
Oh Lord, please forgive me. I shouldn't have said that. Don't send me to
Well,
hell.
fix it. He'll fix it.
But I mean, but sometimes you just gotta break down, James, and go ahead and bite the bullet and get a car.
Yeah, I know.
And I know it kills you
I've been
because
looking.
them damn car payments are something else.
Yeah.
Between car payments and insurance, but I do not like them new cars. Anything that's so computerized, because I got one, and
Mm.
I mean, I ended up, thank God, selling it. But like when the computer shit started going out, I'm like, it costs more. And like them Teslas,
Yeah.
girl, them batteries are $30,000 if they go out. 30,000. Like the hell with that? Nope, nope, nope. I love them old cars. My dream car is gonna be a VW Bug convertible because I want to go and flip my hair. Well, I ain't got no hair to flip, but we can
Right.
pretend. Maybe I'll put on a
That's all
wig.
right.
But
That's all right. Nothing
I
wrong with that.
really do want to help you, baby. I just can't figure out how to do it. So if you hit me up on my Gmail or I Gmail you, we'll do it privately. A blessing.
All right. Awesome. Awesome.
But I do love you, and I'm sorry to keep you awake this long.
No, no
But I was
worries.
just
No
really
worries.
concerned about like how they don't talk about a father's responsibility.
Oh, I did a few videos talking about it.
I love your videos because
Yeah, I
it's
did a
really
few videos
important for a
talking about
father to step up.
it.
You
Yeah,
know I love you.
but he's
Even if I can't
only
watch
reason I
all
didn't
yours, I'll like them.
the only reason I didn't talk about him tonight is because he wasn't in the room.
He's such an
But
ass.
he really should step up, and I don't think he's ready to combat Robin about her kids because I think she still takes ownership of her children, and she doesn't
Oh,
like Cody because I don't really see him dealing with those two.
and that it breaks your heart because I mean, like, I have children that come here that are not biologically my children. Like, I have a young one that
Mm,
right now, excuse me, and I apologize. I know you need to go to bed. My husband works with her aunt, and her mother is like really bad on drugs, and she finally got custody. But she loves my house because she loves my dogs.
mm,
So I've tried to make a safe space. So she comes every Monday. So she'll be here tomorrow. And I went, I mean, it didn't cost me hardly nothing. I went and bought her a tiny Tex kitchen because she's only 5. And then Barbies, and I have like a little space. So as she's going through this with her like separation from her mother, when it gets to be too intense with the adults, they bring her here. And
Right.
it costs me literally nothing to take care of her, to give that
Mm.
child a safe space. We have an orphanage down the street, and I try my damnedest, especially holidays, to go down there, and sometimes I'll take them in for a week. Like, I mean, I'm older. Let's just face it, I'm old. But I love them, and I have an extra bedroom. So if I can give
Mm.
that child a home for Christmas for 1 week, which is usually what I try to do, I give them whatever I can do. It's not a lot, but I didn't have it
Right.
growing up. Like, me and my mother were never close till the day she died. Like, I mean, she always loved my sister, but she never contacted. She moved out of town, and I never even knew. So I mean, I feel for some of these people, and I feel for them that they're not close.
Right.
Like, she contacted me when she was ready to come home. Like, where the hell are you? She's like, I'm up in Morristown, Tennessee. I'm like, well, the fuck you say? Oh, pardon. I'm like,
That's
well, I didn't even know you moved there.
right. Right.
But you still got to have an open heart no matter what. So the day she died, I still try to be available.
Right.
And I have her ashes, and it just pisses me off because the one she loved the most didn't want her ashes, and they dropped them off on my doorstep. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Mm.
But
That's the way it
God
works.
rest her soul, she's still my mother, so I'll still take care of the ashes. And like my ashes, oh hell no, don't put me in no damn box. Put me in a flower pot or a Bud Light bottle. I'm good with either one.
There you go.
But I know you need to go to bed, baby.
All right.
But I
You.
just really wanted to, and I'm so proud of Michelle. I'm so proud of Alex. Negla, girl, you not that
Mm.
far from me. Just pop in for dinner. And you not that far from me either, James. You never
No,
know.
no,
I
not
might be
terribly
bringing you
far.
a roast. Where are you at? You're close to New York or Philly?
No, well, closer to Philly.
Because my son lives in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
And I'm coming on a train this summer, so I might be hitting you up and be like, hey, James, let me treat you to lunch.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know.
But please contact me because I really would love to help out. Because
Okay.
them
I
cards,
sent you my
especially this close to Christmas.
yeah, I put my information in the private chat. So
Okay, baby. Because I really,
all
like, I
right.
mean, like, times are hard. We
Yeah,
all on the struggle bus.
there it is. There it is.
All right, I
If
love you,
you can
baby.
catch
Good
it.
night.
All right,
Good
have a
night,
good
baby.
night.
I love you.
Love you too. All right, guys. That was that. Oh, just to wrap some things up, like I said, if you guys are interested in doing any donations, because that was a good thing that Betty had talked about as far as like helping out folks who might be a little less fortunate. Tis the season, I'm sure that they have like the coat drives, which are always very important for young kids. That was one of the things my mom worked at a school, and that was one of the things that she was there very strict about. Like as far as us, she was adamant that we were supposed to have coats because she said that the saddest thing she could ever seen was like a child walking around without a coat on during the winter time, especially in the Northeast. It gets crazy. Well, when I was a kid, now not so much, but when I was a kid, it was crazy weather. It was cold in September, so uh, they'll have coat drives. There's also, because of the season, there's going to be a lot of toy drives. Of course, there's always like canned and food drives, like Main Street on Manna or Manna on Main Street. A lot of the pantries they take canned foods. So if you guys ever want to stop in, grab like a case of something, peas or corn or something, you can always drop that off. And again, a big thing that all homeless shelters or anybody who deals with unhoused individuals, a big thing that they a lot of times look for are underwear, socks, and things of that nature, like those personal items. Sometimes what do you call them? Feminine napkins, like those types of lady hygiene products. They go over big and they help out a lot. So if you guys are in the mood or in the season, tis the season to make those types of donations. I encourage you to do so. I want to thank everybody who participated in the call-in session. It was awesome. They had a great night tonight. I also want to thank everybody who made sure that the chat was super cool, specifically, Carmel Cuties, as well as Brittany Not Brittany, who are holding down as the moderators. I appreciate you guys. Let me give you a little something, something, because I appreciate you guys. You guys make uh my job so much easier because I can trust that you guys are taking care of things in the background. Appreciate. All right. Let me just check one thing before we wrap it up for the evening. Yeah, we're good. Um, yeah, big shout out to, we have a lot of great news tonight. You know, we had a young lady who had two straight A's, two A's in her class. Awesome work, awesome. Also, oh, okay. Was this Neglig also gave a $2 super chat? Thank you so much. And it says headphones give you dignity when homeless. Yes. So it's, and that's also a good point too. Like I'm talking about necessities, but sometimes it's like the creature comforts that make a difference too. Like Neglig was talking about, like the headphones, so you can just simply listen to some music or have a minor escape when you are in this type of situation. Anything that helps to provide any type of normalcy to people who may be struggling always goes a long way. As I've said, like, and even if you can't do anything monetarily, which is, times are tight, and I get that, and not everybody got it like that, which is cool. But the one thing that you can give to people is you can give them your presence. You know what I mean? The fact that you're there, and even acknowledgement. One of the big things, like I did a project with humble bragging, but I did a project with I did a project with Richard Gere, okay, and he shot a film that was about homeless people or unhoused people. He played a individual, and it was shot guerrilla style. So one of the story time, one of the ways that they shot the film is that they had like this. It was a red camera, and it was shooting about like a block away, and so Richard Gere would just be on like the streets of New York, sitting on the street, and people will walk by. This is Richard Gere, like very famous dude. Um, Back in the day, A-list celebrity for sure, and he's sitting on the sidewalk playing a homeless guy, and people are walking by him, and nobody is looking at him, nobody's paying attention to him. And one of the things that I spoke to him, because I went to high school, I went to high school in Center City, which was downtown. And so I was familiar with people in this situation from being like ninth grade to 12th. I had seen them. And one of the things that I had always noticed about when you're in that situation is the simple fact that you are invisible. People are funny about looking you in the face and just even acknowledging your presence, much less saying hello, how you doing, because they're so afraid that you're going to ask them for something, or if you look at them, they're going to say something to you. So a lot of people just ignore you when you're in that situation. So it always struck me as a thing that Richard Gere, you know, crazy wealthy guy, very successful actor, is sitting there on the sidewalk playing a role, and people are walking by him left and right. And he could be down the street, in a tuxedo, get out of a $200,000, $300,000 sports car. Everybody will surround him and try to get pictures with him and get autographs. But here he is on the sidewalk, and nobody notices him because they won't even look at him. So if you see somebody, and sometimes it doesn't have to be a homeless person or an unhoused person. It could be anybody, because you don't know what people are going through. You just walk by, look them in the face, smile, and say hello. How's your day? Hope have a good day. Things of that nature. And that one little thing, it doesn't cost you anything. And it might not mean anything to you, but for that person that you're speaking to, it could mean the world. And it could be a point where you actually change their perspective, because you don't know what they're going through. Sometimes, I'm talking about, like, I just spoke about people feeling invisible when they're unhoused. There are people who have homes and have families and have friends and have jobs, who walk through life and they feel like they're invisible. They feel like they aren't being seen. They feel like they aren't being heard. And if you have the opportunity to just look at them and say, I see you, that means the world to them. And to you, it may not feel like anything, but to that person, it means the world. So in this season of giving, instead of us just focusing on maybe my encouragement or call to action, if you will, instead of us just focusing on how we can do something for the Christmas season or the holidays, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate, um, maybe we could look at it as this is an opportunity for us to start doing something that we plan on carrying forward. Just my thought. Hopefully, everybody has a fantastic week and weekend. Check me out tomorrow. I'll be on live with Sarah from Reality Squad doing Sister Lives at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you come through. Check a brother out. I'll be here live, full effect, full of energy. Hello. We'll be back. So make sure you guys enjoy that show. If you guys do see it, if you're catching this on the rewatch, I appreciate you guys too. Make sure you hit that like on your way in, on your way out. If you guys are liking what I'm doing, let our brother know. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let me give a little round of applause to all the callers, to the mods, Carmel, Cutie, and Brittany, Brent, not Brittany, everybody who called in, and everybody in the chat, and everybody who watched the show. Thank you guys so much. All right, guys, that's my take. I'm James. This has been My Take on Reality, and I'm out.